everyone. It is later than usual, so my timing might be a little off tonight because my other ones are usually earlier. Tonight we're starting late, so I'll probably be confused. I usually end at 11, and I have to remember tonight we don't end at 11. I have one person here so far. Hi, Claude. Nice to see you. I have been trying to do a review for a book I did NARC reading for. And I'm not really good with reviews, so I'm struggling a little bit with this, trying to figure out what to write. So that's what I did for the last half hour or so, is try to gather enough info from what I read and trying to figure out how to write a review. Reviews are difficult. I guess some people can write them without much problem, but for me, I find them very difficult. So that's one of the bad things about being, an ARC reader, advanced reader copy before the book comes out. And in exchange for reading the book, you leave reviews. Great concept. Just I'm not the best person to write a review. And it's in a genre I'm not usually reading. So I told her that if she can convert me, then she did a good job, because they don't really care for fantasy. And I actually found the story quite interesting. Hi, Kelly. How are you? So I found the story pretty interesting. I was a beta reader, so I wasn't totally surprised by the story. I mean, I pretty much had an idea what was going on, though I did forget a very interesting part, and I'm like, oh, so that kind of took me by surprise. I kind of forgot about it. So I wasn't prepared for that. So that was a part I didn't really like. But there's parts like that in everybody's story where you just, not happy about the way the story went. I mean, that was the way the story went. Nothing I can do about it. Claude says I wouldn't be good either to do to do reviews. They're hard. They really are hard. And I don't want to sound like an idiot. I want it to sound thought out, not just thrown together. So I'm struggling with it. I'll probably be doing that at the beginning of the stream anyhow. Claude says hi to Kelly. It's going great. How about you? Claude says, do you have a deadline to give you a review, Tessa? We have to the end of the month. I'm pretty sure we have a contract, believe it or not. And I'm pretty sure it is the end of this month. So I'm way ahead of schedule. Doesn't take me long to read, and it's not a super long book. It's more a novella size, I'm not sure of the word count, but it's definitely not a very long book. And being a fast reader, I had it done pretty quickly. Like, I think I spent all last night's sprint reading the book, and I was done by the end of the sprint. The stream. I was on somebody else's stream, Charlie Dorsey's stream. So I wasn't hosting, so I just had to, do my thing. And so I read it during the sprints on their stream. So it's not a super long book. And to my way of thinking, I'm not sure whether they plan on continuing it as a series or ending it there. I think the way it ends could be either way, leaving that opportunity if they want to continue to write, a series and do another one. And it was also good because I needed a visual on how to set up multiple point of views and stuff for mine. And it gave me a way. I saw the way they did their multiple POVs. I'm like, okay, that's a good idea. So I got more out of it than just reading the story. Now comes the hard part, writing the review. Kelly says, I'm well, one foot in front of the other. Yeah, some days I can't even accomplish one foot in front of the other. Hence the broken foot. But I got my psychiatrist finally okay going back on my full strength antidepressant, hoping that it's going to help this depression, because I am tired, very tired of being depressed. And she kept dancing all over the place and giving me all these suggestions about antidepressants I took and couldn't take. And I'm like, what are you doing? And finally I came right out and said, why are you not letting me go back on the one I was on? I mean, I'm still on it, but you're trying to add another antidepressant. All I want to do is go back to the full strength I was on. You cut it in half. She said, well, she gives me this thing about, I thought you said all your providers said you can't take it, and that's why you're always tired and blah, blah, because it's the one thing that actually lets me go to sleep. I said, one doctor said that. And all I asked was, and it was a trial. We were going to cut it in half as a trial, and you made it a permanent thing. And now look where I'm at. Now I got to pull myself out of this depression. And hopefully I can. I'm back on full strength now. Hopefully we'll get back to where I was before. I'm tired of doing nothing but staying in bed because I don't want to get out of it. I mean, need to do something. So hopefully this is the answer. We'll see. Doctors, I'll tell you. So the first part of the sprint, I definitely have to somehow come up with a review. I don't know whether I'm going to be researching Amazon, reading other people's reviews, trying to get ideas what I need to do. I already read the synopsis of the story that the writer put out, so I have something there. Oh, thank you, Claude. I can always use good vibes for sure. Thank you so much. To get an idea, I mean, I read the book, so I know what it's about, but I read her little blurb, and then somebody said, well, you should try comparing it to somebody else's book and say if they like such and such, then they should read this one. And I'm like, I don't read fantasy. I don't know any. I wouldn't know what to compare it to. So I'm trying to look up fantasy books, right, to see what I think I might be able to compare to. And I'm not sure that's the way to go with this. I may have to leave that part out because I don't know anything about fantasy. So I don't think comparing it to another book is a good idea when you don't know anything about fantasy. It's not like I read a book and said, oh, this is like this. No, I don't read fantasy, so I don't know nothing about it. So I'll have to come about this a different way. So that'll be the beginning of the sprint. After that, I have to go back and start relaying out my story because my book one is not right. And the editor gave me ideas. And luckily, this book I just read is a multi-POV, which gives me the layout of how I can do the chapters and the POVs. So maybe I can get this laid out correctly. I mean, I don't have to totally rewrite the book. I just have to do a lot of laying out, switching things around, changing the chapters and stuff because they're all, she says I have them backwards. My scenes and chapters are backwards. And then, like I said, luckily this book has an example of how to lay out multiple POVs. So I'm going to try it and see if that works out for me. So I'm glad I didn't start too far into book 2 because I didn't know what I was doing and I didn't want to do a whole nother book and screw it up and have to fix that. So those are the two things. Plus I'm behind in my blog, so I have that to do. So I have plenty to do this stream. I get those two words mixed up. So excuse me if I mix them up. I'm sorry about that. But I'm not the only one who does it, so it's pretty common. Claude says, tonight, hopefully, I'll finish drafting the first 25% of my book. Only half a scene left to write. Should be easy. Oh, cool. I remember you were working on it the other day. I thought you were done the first 25%. But half a scene isn't that long, so it shouldn't take you all night to, unless you run into a snag, it shouldn't take you all night to write that. Anyhow, that's good. 25%. See, I never know when I start writing something how long it's going to be. So, like, I had no idea how long this book was going to end up being. And I'm not an overwriter. I can never come up with ideas that are long. So, like, this book is less than 50,000 words. It's between 49 and 50,000 words. It just barely qualifies as a book, a novel, as opposed to a novelette. So mine is not that long. It's at the editor, along with my even shorter memoir, and having both of them done. And then the memoir is already on my blog. And then once I get the story set up correctly, get all the line edits back with all the corrections of the mistakes I made, and get them all fixed, this will also go on my blog. Because I'm not putting them up for sale. I can't mess with my income. So everything I do is for fun, because I enjoy writing, and for other people to enjoy. So it'll be on my blog for anyone who wants to read it once it's finally to everyone's satisfaction. Right now, obviously, I've got a problem I have to fix, so can't put it up yet. I'm waiting to put it up. Okay, so let's get our first sprint going. I got 25 minutes on the timer, and we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so we are up, and they did everything. StreamYard did a change, which, when things change, it's not always a good thing. So it's getting used to. I was used to the old way. Now I have to get used to the. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. That's one reason why that's problematic. Okay. Now I can probably find what I'm looking for. Helps to be on the right page. All right. We're sprinting. I'm not going to count the sprints because I lose count and it just stays on whatever number I happen to be on. So, okay. So we are started. And I need to put the timer up on the screen. So there's the timer. And now I have to get to work on this review. Oh, joy. I'll see you back here in 23 minutes. Hey, Jenna. Thought you weren't coming tonight. Or did I get the days mixed up? Wouldn't be the first time. I'm trying to write a review for a book I just read. Oh, gosh. Not good with reviews. Not having fun. Oh, the plans got moved until tomorrow. Gotcha. How am I feeling, Jenna House? Um, I'm tired. I mean, I finally got word back from the psychiatrist that I could go back on my regular dose of antidepressant. After she danced around trying to give me all these antidepressants, I'm like, I can't take these. Why are you suggesting them? She's like, I don't have access to your old record. So she keeps suggesting things, and I'm like, I already took it, can't take it, let's go. Hi, Charlie. I gather your stream is either over or almost over. Nice to see you. We're in the middle of a stream, but I saw people popping in, so I figured I better say something because I have a bad habit of missing people. And they pop in and then pop back out on me, and I never get a chance to say hello. So I'm still working on that review. Not very good at that. So, like I said, Jenna, last night I went back on the full dose. We'll see how that helps the depression. Claude says, I'm great, thanks. How about you, Jenna? What plans? And hello to Charlie. Very nice. Yeah, I am definitely not the world's best review. I think I need to stop accepting ARC readers because I don't mind reading the book, but when it comes to the review part, I don't like it. Charlie says hi to Claude. How was your day going? Jenna says a birthday dinner for my husband with his family. The teen had plans and we rescheduled around them. Well, that was nice of you to do instead of making her break her plans. Some parents would just make the teen break her plans. So that was nice of you and your family. Happy birthday to your husband. Jenna says I am terrible book reviews. Definitely not one of my best things. I don't know what to say. I'm busy, looking at the blurb of the book, remember what I read of the book. People are telling me, well, compare it to another book that I don't read fantasy. I can't compare it to anything. I have no clue. Fantasy's not my thing. Claude says superb. Doing some writing tonight to be able to finish Act 1. Jenna says I took a lot of naps and appreciated that. Well, that's good. Jenna says the funny thing is that the plans got changed and we could have gone. Oh, well. Oh, well. It happens. Life is crazy that way. Are you going to write tonight or hanging out in the chat? Or leaving? It is your husband's birthday. Jenna says I still like my naps. Yeah, I napped most of the day. I just got up at, I don't know, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. I guess the alarm went off, so it was 6 o'clock. Oh, you're reading tonight. Okay. That was last month. What was last month? His birthday? Am I missing something here? Well, I should go back. I wanted to say hi before everybody left on me. If anybody's leaving while I'm gone, goodbye. I hate not saying goodbye to people when they just disappear. His birthday. Oh, it kind of got passed over given everything going on. His mom finally planned this for this weekend. Okay, gotcha. All right, understood. I know why. Well, hopefully tomorrow I'll have a great dinner. All right, I got 8 minutes. Let me see if I can get something written on this thing. I'll be back. All right. We're almost done. The sprint. We just had a hello from Coffee Quills, if you notice. She's from Twitch. So she popped in to say hello. I'm not done my review yet. I still don't know what I want to write. I'm poking around at it. I mean, got some words down, but I don't know. I think I need to read a few reviews because I really don't know what I'm supposed to be writing. All right. So our first sprint is done. I got a few words down, trying to figure out how to place them, what to write. Not sure what to write, and she doesn't want me to, of course, spoil the story, so I got to watch what I write. Don't want to spoil the story, so you got to kind of go around it without saying anything. I think I need to stop writing arcs because I don't know what I'm doing. And then I torment myself by trying to write the review. So how did the rest of you go? I know Jenna said she's reading. Did you write it all today, Jenna, or are you just reading today after all those naps? Oh, I missed this one. I missed a couple, it seems here. Claude says at least you'll be able to go tomorrow. And then Jenna says I have to go back to work the next day and I'm dreading it. That was why I was going. That's why I didn't see them. Yeah. And then I saw Coffee Quills pop in, so I came back over here to answer her. Yeah, it's almost that dreaded day of going to work. Yeah. The first day is going to be the hardest for sure. After not being there all that time and not knowing what people are going to say to you, which can be anything from, they're sorry to being rude and nasty, as we all know. So hopefully they will be nice to you. Claude says it was a good sprint. I should be able to finish the scene in the next one. And I timed my herbal tea perfectly. Came back 2 seconds to go. Good going. I keep thinking to myself, I wish I had some tea, but then it's like, I don't feel like making it. I'm lazy. I have a bottle of soda. I'm drinking that at the moment. Usually it's water. I have to watch my liquid intake as it is. I'm not allowed to have that much because I'm on a water pill. And that takes out the rest of the liquid that's in me because I'm swelling up. It seems like a stupid thing, really. You're taking all the liquid out of me, but I have to put liquid in to counteract the fact that you're taking all the liquid out of me. It's like one of those conundrums, I'm glad you're close to being done anyhow. That's a good thing. Going to give yourself a break before you start chapter or whatever it was, scene 2, act 2. Pay attention. Pay attention. I'm talking to myself. What did you say you were doing? I can't remember you said chapter or act. I get confused sometimes. Finish act 1. Okay. So are you going to start act 2 right away or taking a break? Right now, my fingers are numb. And this is coming more and more constant, which is not a good thing. Really not a good thing. It's bad enough when they ache, but when they're numb and tingly, and that really does hurt. And numb is a stupid word because it really does hurt. You get this kind of numbish feeling, but the tingling hurts. So, Claude says, my plan is to finish the edits for the first 6 chapters and outline chapters 7 to 12 after, so no break. Oh, okay. So you're not all outline. You don't have the whole outline done. You have to actually continue with an outline first before you start the next. Gotcha. Everybody does things differently, and I'm still trying to figure out what to do about 2. Should I outline it? I gotta kind of start with an outline, but I'm not too thrilled with the whole idea. Everywhere I go, I run into Lizzie. I can't seem to get away from that girl. Though I can't wait to see her next blow up in one of these streams. And it won't be my problem. So she ain't coming here anymore, that's for sure. She disappears off of these streams as soon as I sign on. Which is just fine. She can do whatever the heck she wants. I don't care. Have you worked on your edits? Which one of us are you asking? Must be Claude. He has to finish the edits for the first 6 chapters and outline chapters 7 to 12 after. So no break. Claude says, I see that as 4 mini books and 1 big book. It's easier for me because if I outline too much in advance, I always change my mind. Well, that's one of the things I have against outlines is the fact that I change my mind and I like being able to just write as I go. And if I decide to change the story, I don't have to rewrite an outline. I just change the story. And, that was one of my biggest things. But I've never been an outliner. Even my research papers, I didn't outline. The teachers say, where's the outline? Oh, I guess I forgot it. Go home and get it. And I'd have to run home and try to write an outline real quick from my research paper. Luckily, most of them were written in a way that I could write an outline from it afterwards. But no, I didn't even write outlines for them. I wrote them as I went. Meaning, Tessa? Meaning. Now I'm getting more confused. When you asked, have you worked on your edits? I was asking if you meant me. Then I realized Claude mentioned edits. So I thought you meant Claude. And then now you're saying meaning. That's what I was talking about. Because you asked, have you worked on your edits? So I didn't know who you meant. But I gathered. Oh, Lizzie. Here we go. Yes, I was referring to Lizzie. What did I say? Yes, Miss Lizzie, everywhere I go, for someone who can't go to any stream, that's her main complaint, has been in every one I've gone to just about. And, she comes off as that sweet little thing. Because I got this the other night. Oh, I have to go read with my family now. It's family reading hour. And the person's like, oh, and that's so cute. And I'm thinking, God, if you only had an idea what you're in for, I think she stops taking her medicine. I think that's part of her problem. And secondly, I think she likes attention. So she's going to worm her way into these sites. And then maybe she hasn't already. Maybe that's why that she's still there. She has one of them was a person I never heard of. The other one was somebody I've heard of, but I haven't been to a lot. So, I think she's worming her way in to start pulling her nonsense. because she can't do it here now anymore. So, yeah, Lizzie. Everywhere I go, can't forget about her because she's there. Claude says, I already did a lot of edits for the first 5 chapters, but I'll need some more. I don't think editing ever ends, at least for me. I can't stop. I don't know when to stop. It's like, when do you stop doing this? When do you finally say it's enough and leave it the hell alone? Jenna says, I met you in your edits, Tessa, but I'm also happy to hear about Claude's edits as well. Oh, man. Talk about confused conversation. My edits are now concentrated on book 1 and trying to get it into the format it's supposed to be according to the editor. Because according to the editor, I did it all wrong. So I am now reading the editor's art copy, and it's laid out the way she's telling me. I should lay mine out. So I'm using that as a template, and now I have to go and redo my whole book so it fits right the way it's supposed to be, according to Melanie, the editor. I mean, you know, I don't know myself personally, so, and there's no oops, Claude. She didn't make herself clear, so I didn't know who she was referring to. That's why I asked her. And then and that was just a crazy conversation. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Jenna said, the sun is bright pink tonight. California is on fire again. It's pretty, but so bad. Oh, man. I was just telling my friend that my friend in California said it was on fire again. I said, yeah, that's a shame. You guys have an awful lot of fire out there. I mean, sometimes we get it here because we do have a huge tract of forest in the approximately middle of the state. That's kind of close, and if it does catch fire, can cause a lot of smoky problems. It's not close enough to be dangerous to us, but the smoke will travel. So you don't have to be right on top of the fire for it to be problematic. I wonder what scenery Funky will choose for his next stream. Yay, Claude. Yeah, I was wondering, because he never got to finish the one the other night. He might just continue with that one. That one we barely got started when he had to leave. Or he might pick something completely different. He puts a lot of thought in setting it up so it all goes together. I think that's pretty neat. Jenna says, I will never have to evacuate more than likely. I just see the smoke everywhere. That's what same kind of problem would happen here. I'm not close enough to have to evacuate, but the smoke. The few times we've had forest fires, sometimes the smoke's been strong enough to get over here. Definitely. Yeah, I don't know what scenery he's going to choose. I mean, he's not too many. I mean, he's finding these videos. I know, because ever since I responded to that link, I'm getting all these video suggestions, and these are all the things that he's using. So there's a lot of stuff out there that has these ambiance scenes that he's using. So that is, you know, depending on how many are available. Oh, wow. It sure is burning down some lovely areas, though. Whole towns. Wow, Jenna. I thought it was more like in the woods. I didn't realize it was going through the towns as well. I don't know. I'm not that close to it, but I don't think ours have ever resulted in the towns burning. The fire's usually, you know, held within the forest. But fires aren't a major issue for us as long as, you know, they'll go into fire restriction mode and you can't camp or anything like that because they can't take a chance. Jen says, I think he's trying to mix it up a little bit. Yeah, well, the coffee shop was certainly different from the other ones he's come across. But I guess it really depends on what is out there. Because like I said, I'm getting links to these showing up in my suggestions. And I said that to him. I said, why are these showing up? He said, probably because you clicked on that one link that he had put on. And so now they think I'm interested. So they're sending me the videos because they're all the videos he's used so far. Oh, he did try Restream. I tried to, I went to look, but I didn't know what to look for to figure out you guys talk on Twitter, so he probably told you about it. He tried Restream though and seemed to like it. I just hate the thought of one trying to restart another thing with something I don't understand, and then of course there's the with the costs for anything fancy. I mean, you can only use what they provide if you go free, just like this. Though it looks like they provide a few more backgrounds that you can use as opposed to what this offers. But I'm not sure. It's not something I understood from looking at it. And I don't know if I want to try something new. I don't know how you advertise it, because with YouTube, I can put a thing up. Twitch has no way of advertising. So the only reason anybody knows I'm on Twitch is if they happen to be on Twitch and look at my channel and see my schedule, because I put my schedule in there. But you don't know. There's not like YouTube, which you put up a stream notification. I don't know what you do about Restream. I don't know how that works. Claude said, yeah, Tessa, that's it for sure. Clicking on the link, YouTube now suggests similar things. I don't need all these links for the ambiance because I'm not doing mine that way. But that's great for him who's looking for different ambience to set up his, things through. It doesn't help me any. It's just one more thing I have to look through when I'm looking for something to watch. Because now I'm getting all them. I get a lot of weird things. I'm like, why am I getting these? What did I click on that sent me to all these links? Jenna says, Funky is very techy and a lot of it goes over my head. And I think that's it. That to him was probably easy. Whereas to me, I look at it and I'm like, oh my God, I have to learn something else. I barely understand StreamYard. And, here's this thing. I don't know if I want to go that way. Coffee Quills. Oh, did it the wrong way. Coffee Quill says, nice. Yeah, like I said, I'm struggling to write a review. I'm not very good at it. Claude says, is Funky now on Twitch? I hope not exclusively. He's not. Well, he has a Twitch because he can switch to Twitch when he wants to. I've seen him switch his name to Twitch. So I know he's got a Twitch account. But I don't think he's planning on. But with this Restream, supposedly you can stream several at a time. And they all show up so you can see them all. Whereas here, I have to go out. If I want to see it on YouTube, I have to go out and open YouTube. If I want to see it on Twitch, I have to go out and open Twitch. Supposedly, according to Funky, that Restream lets you do it all on one screen, and you got everything. I don't know. Jenna says, I don't think so, Claude. He didn't seem extremely thrilled with Twitch or anything, so I don't think he's planning on going there exclusively. I'm pretty sure not at this point. But I'm not funky, so I can't really answer that. Claude says, oh, I was confused with the Restream tool. Good then. Yeah, he was trying out Restream. And he was telling me, because I streamed the two, so he was saying that I could see them both on the same, supposedly both on the same screen. And if he tried it out, of course, he would know, because he can stream this. He has an account with Twitch, so he can, if he, wants to try it out, use them both to test it out. I'm not sure. I'm, one of these people that I get happy with something and I hate the change. I'm not good with change, and especially if I don't understand it. So I joined Restream. I got the email. Of course, I didn't validate my email, so I may not be a part of Restream after all, since I didn't validate it. Because after Lakin one look at it, I'm like, I'm not sure about this. I don't think so. So I don't know. And I don't know if it'll suit my purposes. Maybe later it will suit my purposes. I don't think you can. I think it's kind of like StreamYard. I don't know if you can bring other people on. StreamYard, you can bring people on. Twitch, you can't. And that was one of the things about Twitch a lot of people don't like, is you can't bring on other people. Like we do here, we can have co-hosts, and Jenna was my co-host once. She hasn't done it since, but she was my co-host once. Yeah, so I don't know if I'll be doing anything with Restream or not. But does your face show up on Twitch? Yes. If you were to go to Twitch right now and click on my link, you would see the same thing you're seeing on YouTube. Pretty much. Since I'm going through YouTube, through StreamYard and streaming to both, you're going to see what you see here, you see there. I kind of want to do that again, Tessa. Well, Jenna, I've offered as many times as you want to. Just let me know. We don't have to do, if you want to do it in advance so I can let people know, we can do that. If you don't, you just want to say, hey, I'm here. Do you mind if I come on? I'll send you a link through whatever works best for you. And I remember, I mean, you've got Instagram. If you want to do it on your computer, you would have to, I guess I'd have to email you, but I don't remember what the email is offhand. It's probably in my computer though. But you just tell me and I'll be glad to let you on, and you don't have to come on at the beginning. We don't have to plan it in advance. You just say, I want to be on, and I can send you a link. I could send you a link right now. It really. You meant what? Question marks. What did you mean? Now you got me confused. Oh, you have not seen the host on Twitch the few times I've been there. The hosts depends on how they set they don't all use StreamYard. They use OBS or something else, and you don't always see that. If they don't put a thing on there to show them, and they can make it tiny or large, they have control over how they set up their screens. It's a lot, and it costs money, which is why I'm staying where I'm at. But yeah, I mean, like Coffee Quills, I don't think I've seen her physically on her screen. Oh, yes. The busy screens drive me crazy. Um, Unfortunately, Coffee Quills has a very busy screen, and she does a little bit of writing here and there, but she's got all this stuff like all over the screen, and most of the Twitches. That's why I didn't go the first time I went to Twitch, because I took one look at all that and said, "Oh my God, no! Talk about too much stuff going on." But some people like that, so Jenna says, "I know that we won't go for 7 hours this time." No, we're not doing 7 hours anymore. We might do the 4 with a little run over, but for the most part, I try to stick as close as possible to the 4. And like I said, we could do it in advance. I'll put an advance notice out that you'll be there, or we can do it. You come on and you feel like being on the screen, you can just say, "I want to be on the screen." No problem. All I have to do is send you a link. Same for anybody else that wants to be on screen. I mean, there's not that many here, so probably not talking to too many people right now. But anybody else, that possibility is available. If you have the camera and stuff, all I have to do is send you an invite and you will pop onto my screen. Just like that. So if you want to do it, you let me know, Jenna. It's up to you. I've offered it twice that I know of. But I can't force you. It's up to you. Goodness no. Yeah. It's definitely up to you. It's nice having company. Your cat is sitting on your keyboard. I love that. uh, that's one thing. I had one cat that used to do that, and they used to send my emails before I was ready. Like, no, I didn't want that email to go out. Claude says maybe one day, but I never had the chance to speak in English, so it would not be pretty. So that, yeah, it would help if we could understand each other. Was it Germany, Claude? I forget. That's one way to practice your English. We probably should start another stream because I know Claude's itching to finish his act. Oh, I'm wrong. Way off. Quebec. So yeah. So French. Yeah. Just say if you're from Quebec, it's probably French. So Quebec. I read and listen to a lot of English, but I have no one to speak to. Okay, so you need practice. Well, we could always try it. Practice your English if you want. Can't guarantee I'll understand everything you say, but we could try it. So you know, so French it is. So you mainly speak French, Jenna asks. Claude says yes. Jenna said that's a gorgeous language. I know a little bit of French, not much. I took some French in school, and it was a long time ago. So So yeah, I don't know much French. I don't know why I thought you were from Germany. I know I have somebody here who's from Germany. Laura's also she's from Toronto. She's up in Toronto. She's in here sometimes. Laura Nettles. Claude says, I think you would understand me easily, but my sentences may be weird sometimes. Let me tell you something. I have to deal with aides that speak other languages. So, it sometimes it's difficult and sometimes it's downright funny because I had one aide that kept telling me, rise your arms. Rise your arms. You may not understand what I'm trying to say, Claude, here, but rise your arms. I'm like, I started laughing. And she said, what's so funny? I said, you're using rise wrong. I said, you're trying to say raise your arms. I said, it's not rise. She's trying to learn English. So, her English is not super good. And then there's other terms in her language that are different from English. So she came running out to me asking for a toilet vacuum. I'm like, what is a toilet vacuum? And I'm looking at her and she's like, one of those toilet vacuums. I'm like, I never heard of a toilet. Oh my God, what did you do? She meant plunger. And she stuffed up my toilet with paper towels. I'm like, oh my God, why did you do that? She said, we stuff everything down the toilet at my house. I'm like, no, you don't do that here, ever. Nothing goes down there but toilet paper. Nothing. So now I have to call maintenance, who was not very happy. And it turned out to be, of course, the manager of the building. And he gave her a long lecture on what it does to plumbing. And I'm like, oh my God, just fix my toilet, please. And don't you ever stick anything else down that toilet. I don't care. Do not. Claude says, maybe author Anne Sophie. She is from Germany. That name doesn't sound right. Janet says, that's okay, Claude. I think you'd be okay. Half the time I'm trying to figure out what people are saying because their typing is not so great. And I have to, my mind, learns to go over things and pick up what they are trying to say, even though they didn't type that. But with these aides speaking different languages, she was from Bulgaria, so we're talking really different. I know a little bit of Spanish, so sometimes with the Spanish, with the Hispanic people that I get, sometimes I can understand them. But she was from Bulgaria, so a lot of the terms were way different. And I used to sit there and laugh. And then I told her, she says, well, keep reminding me I'm trying to learn English. I said, okay, fine. So every time she said, raise your arms, I said, raise your arms. So one day she said, raise your arms. And I started clapping. She goes, what? I said, you finally said, raise your arms. And she started smiling. She didn't even realize she had done it. She just finally got used to, hearing me say it enough times that it got through to her. Claude said Sophie is her second name. She doesn't show her family name on her streams. A lot of people don't. I'd say I am who I am, and I'm not exactly lying. This is a pen name, but my first name is Teresa, and Tessa is a nickname. So that's not wrong. And Dean is my maiden name. So I'm technically not lying, even though it's not my legal name at the moment. I have my ex-husband's name still, because it costs too much money to change it. And it's a lot of hassle to go through to change your name. So I just kept it. And a lot of ex-husbands say, you have to get rid of my name. I want my name back. I didn't care what he said. I was keeping the name. It was my name for 23 years, longer than I had been a dean. And as far as I'm concerned, I was staying that way, whether he liked it or not. And besides, his mother kept her married name even after she got divorced. So I didn't want to hear it. All right, so you really like her streams. I can always write 50,000 notes here. You can always write down and try looking her up. But yeah, a lot of people don't use their full names or their real names or anything. I changed everything to my pen name. I mean, legally, I'm not Tessa Dean anymore. And I used to go by Terry. I like Tessa much better. And it works for Teresa. My parents used to call me Tessie. I hated Tessie. I said Tessa. Tessa is much more grown up. I like it better. I love the sound of it. 10 years, 12, yeah, it's been 10 years now. When I got my first blog, I started using Tessa. So everybody on the internet knows me as Tessa. But if you get an email from me, it's going to have my real name on it. And that's what confuses people. So even if you send me an email to my Tessa email, the reply back is going to be my real name because I only have one email. They all forward to that email. So I have to sometimes warn people because they, send it to Tessa and then it's like, who is this? Well, that's my real name. So well, I'm glad you like her streams. There's a lot of people I like. Some are a little different. Some people I'm like, not sure. I've been on a few that I'm just lurked because after getting on, like, it just wasn't me. So, you have to do what works for you. I get people in here all the time saying, "Oh, I've been waiting. I wanted to come see your stream and I haven't had a chance." And I'm like, "Wow." I like it when people say that. It makes me feel good. All right, let's get another sprint going because it's been, wow, an hour and 15 minutes. Time is flying, and I haven't done that review yet. All right, let me put timer on. Back for 25 minutes, starting at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. All right, so maybe Claude will be able to finish the act they're working on, the last scene this time. Jenna's going to read. I don't think anybody else is still here. Kelly usually says hi, but doesn't usually stay. I'm not sure she's still here. Coffee Quills pops in and out. I don't know if she's still streaming or not. Is she still streaming? Yeah, she's still streaming. Vixen of Fiction. I was in hers earlier for a while. She's still streaming. And somebody else, I don't know what, that must be a game or something. A lot of people, that's what Twitch was first started as a game channel. So most of the people on there are gamers. The writers are slowly taking over. All right. So I'll see you back in 23 minutes. Hi, gibberish. uh, Seems like you are having a lot of issues. Kelly says, my stepdad was from Cameroon, Africa, and he spoke French to me all the time. That's cool. Jibber says, hi guys, I'm home from work. Work was really funny, and guess who broke another school laptop? So now that my laptop and TV isn't working, I'm barely going to be here. You sure do have a rough time. Well, glad you tried to make it. Hopefully you can stay for a little while. Uh-oh. We're being raided. Hi, Grape Fry. Raiding Vixens. Coffee Quills. Raiding Vixens. Oh, nice. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you again, Coffee Quills. We were just talking a few minutes ago. Well, actually, it's probably longer than that because I've been online longer than a few minutes. But we did have a brief conversation earlier. Coffee Quills says, Raiders, don't forget to remove the refer raid from the URL by clicking on Tessa's name. That's something I don't know anything about. Interesting. Okay. Well, thanks. Nice to see you guys. It seems like every time somebody raids, I'm in the middle of a sprint. This time I just happened to come back to say hi to somebody coming in, and I saw the raid. Wow, something just crashed outside. Well, welcome everyone. You're welcome to stay and join in the sprints if you wish. We tend to chat in between. I personally am trying to write a review for an ARC copy of a book I just read. Reviews are not my thing. Mm. All right, well, I have to get back to my. I got 6 minutes left. I can go back to my review. You know, feel free to join in if you want. And I thank you all for the read. Chipper says, never mind, it fixed itself. Well, I like things that fix themselves. How nice. Good for you. Okay. Well, I got a little bit more of the review done. I don't know if it'll be the final one, but I got a little bit more of it done at least. So, how did the rest of you do? Claude says, okay, the scene is done. 18K for the first 6 chapters. It's about the amount I wanted, maybe a little less. That's good. Sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'll have to read a few reviews to see what I should be putting in this thing. Got a few suggestions last night on Charlie's stream, and I have those notes. And thanks to Greg, I now have Notepad, so I can copy paste those things and put them in my Notepad. So that worked out great. That's true. Greg's not here tonight, but I'm still not comfortable with exactly what I wrote. I don't know if I should send it to her and ask her if that's okay with her. I don't know if that's what the proper etiquette is with an art copy. I mean, she's a friend of mine, which kind of makes it, I'm not just somebody she picked up out of nowhere and, you know. So I'm not sure what I should do. Maybe I should read a few more, pull up some fantasy books and read the reviews and see if it gives me some ideas. Ow, my knees, sorry. It's hard for me to move position when my knees are coming. Oh, I didn't take my pain pill. That's part of the reason. I should have done that during that sprint. I'll be doing another one soon, so I gotta go remember to go take that pain pill. Well, that's the thing. Claude says it must be hard to write a full review without spoiling too much for the other readers. She doesn't want any spoilers in the review. I understand that. But how do I write about the story, without spoiling? Like, I think about something, I'll no, can't write that because that refers to that, and that's a spoiler. And I'm having a hard time. So I think I need to stop doing these because they give me more stress. I mean, after she publishes, I'm supposed to get a signed copy, and, that's nice and great. But writing a review is just not easy. Definitely not easy. And I don't want to spoil too much because I don't want her upset at me for spoiling it. And I'm not sure what she considers spoiling either. What does she consider spoiling? What says, but I think that your idea to read other reviews is great. Yeah, thank you. I have a feeling it might be a good idea to see what other people write in reviews. Because I read this, I got the synopsis of the book that the author puts in, to get you to read the book. And I used a little bit out of there. But of course, I don't want to just copy that word for word and put it in the review, obviously. So it has to be something different. So it's a little bit harder than, maybe for some people it isn't a big deal, but for me it is. I'm having a hard time with it. And what I need to do is I need to try to find, there are several different tropes. I had to look this part up too, because I needed to find out what trope this would be as a possibility of using that in the review. And there's a list of tropes, I'm like, well, I think I know which trope it should be. And I don't know if it's the same trope that the author was planning when they wrote it. What says maybe you can focus on some aspects you liked, character voices, pace, etc. Yes, pace was mentioned as one of the things that I should use. And I wouldn't say it's fast paced. I wouldn't necessarily say it's slow paced. Might be slower than it is faster, but I'm not exactly sure. Someone told me just use great in between if it's in between. Like, the pacing is great. And a non-reader may not understand the word trope, so I don't necessarily want to put trope in there. But if you like books, fantasy books that deal with, because it deals with magic as one of the things, and that is one of the tropes. And I'm not sure if that's the trope she used or not. Well, it says, should you like the setting even if you don't read fantasy? One thing about the setting is I won't say there wasn't a lot of setting, because actually, now that I think back over it, there was setting, which I kind of skimmed over the description of the setting. Not a good thing, probably. Now you got me thinking about the setting. Because like I said, I kind of skimmed over it. I didn't dwell on it or anything. And it is in different settings. It's not all in one place. So it is kind of several different settings in there, including going out of the town they live in to a neighboring town. And of course, the funny thing is, because I caught her on this one, a lot of her writing in the beta thing, I'm like, this reads as contemporary. But then it also has the fantasy aspect, the castles and old time stuff in it. So did you write this contemporary? Or, because there's a lot of words in there that I wouldn't think would be found back in the times that this is supposedly taking place. So I did have a problem with that when I read it as a beta reader. And I told her about that. It says, I'm confused. Is this contemporary or not contemporary? Well, it says some fantasy books, in your opinion, are hard to get into because there's too much info dump of the world. But this book being a novella, it was probably later. Yeah, it is shorter. So there isn't a lot of I don't think the description was overly done. But like I said, I have a bad habit. It didn't really interest me that much, so I skimmed it. Which, I mean, I already wonder I don't like fantasy. But I would not write a bad review. So if it gets to the point that I have to write this, but I can't, then I would have to be honest and say I can't do this. Because I don't want to write a bad review because I'm not a fantasy reader. This might be a great fantasy book, but I am not a fantasy reader. All right, gibberish. Thanks for stopping in. I bet you're tired. You went to work today, so we'll see you some other time. It is getting late. I mean, it is almost 11, so, have a good sleep. We'll see you another time. I probably won't be streaming Tuesday. I don't know whether I'm involved in another stream or not involved in another stream. I may do a pop-up. If I find out I'm not involved in a stream, I may do a pop-up. So keep your eyes out. I might show up. But I'm not scheduling one for right now. And then the following Tuesday, I'm going to have to switch because of my aide's hours. I'm going to have to switch to like 8 o'clock because she's going to be leaving later than my stream time. So I might have to switch Tuesdays to like 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock or something like that. Or just make them 3 hours. I don't know. We'll see. So just to let you know, Tuesday I probably won't be here, but I might pop up. If what I think is happening isn't happening, then I will do a pop-up. So I will see you later. So anyhow, back to this. So this is a valid thing, and I don't read fantasy. This is only like maybe my second fantasy. And the other one was a very short, it's like 30,000 words or less. It was very short. So I don't have a lot of knowledge of fantasy books because they're just not my thing. So I don't think she did too much info dump. I think there were the descriptions necessary in the areas. I do believe they were necessary. So I don't think that there was too much info dump. And the book is shorter. Like I said, it's a novella, as far as I know, and it didn't take me long to read. I mean, I probably could have read it all in an hour if I wasn't interrupted by being on, somebody's stream and kept getting interrupted. If that long, because I do read fast, but it didn't take a lot to get into the book. It wasn't something hard to understand. Like I said, if worst comes to worst, I'll tell her I can't do this because I don't want to write something bad. And I'm just not sure. I enjoyed the story. Maybe it is a little slow paced. Maybe it could have gone a little faster. But if she went any faster, it probably would have been shorter. And it wasn't that long to begin with. So I'm not really sure. I'm going to read some more. Try pulling up see if I can find some fantasies that deal with magic. And then try reading the reviews for that to see if I can get some help I mean, I wouldn't say it's a bad book, but it's not exactly my thing. I know she's counting on me, and I don't know whether I can come forth with a proper review. Okay. I'm not sure what happened to Jenna. We seem to have lost her. The Raiders, there was only 2, I think. Looks like they're not here that I can tell. I went to Twitch and it looks like they're not there either. The one, she's there because she's actually streaming, so she might still be. I don't think the other one is. And then it's supposedly 6 people came, but only 2 people showed up, so not even the leader showed up to say hi. So they're probably having an after, which is just what happens afterwards. You have the little after thing when if you have somebody on with you, you end up having an after party. Kind of. Not, well, I guess you can call it an after party. Okay, let's see. Oh, there she is. Jenna says, I'm still reading. You were so quiet. I didn't know if you were still here. We're sitting here discussing fantasy and this and that, and there's like no feedback from you, so I didn't know if you were still around or not. Claude said, I finished reading a fantasy book. If you want to check out the reviews on Goodreads, it's Sinister Magic from Lindsay Bureau. Well, it sounds like it's about magic. To say, I don't even know what to look up to find a review. Let's see if I can find. Can't spell, that's for sure. Let me see if I can find that. Book and look at their reviews. Jenna says, I'm not jealous of your review at all. Why would you be jealous of my review? I was looking for feedback. I didn't ask if you were jealous of my review. What the heck? Claude says, oh yeah, lots of magic. This just touches on magic, so it's not. Magic is part of it, but it's not. It's such a short book, though. I mean, you know, it's so quick and short. We were terrible at them and doing one for a friend. Yeah, well, Ugg is right. Half torn on this one. Do I write something really spectacular, or I tell her that I can't do this because I don't want to. I won't say it was a bad book. I mean, it's not bad, and I mean, it was interesting, but I'm not a fantasy reader, so it's hard for me to write a spectacular review. And she is a friend, and that makes me worried because I don't want to upset her. Probably shouldn't have done this. This is probably what I should have done. Because I, like I said, I don't want to upset somebody, and I just don't know what to write. I mean, the book was fine. Is it my favorite book in the world? No. I'm not into fantasy. Would I read a lot more of these? No. I did this for another friend before. I mean, both books I did it for were friends, and it's hard because you don't want to write something, that might be construed as being not liking the book. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. And if I'd say that I want to back out, she's going to think I don't like it. It's not that I don't like it. I just don't know what to write. I can't gush over it because I don't care for fantasy. I'm interested if she's going to continue this as a series or not, because the ending leaves that open as a possibility. But I'm not sure if she's planning on writing this. I think she originally planned on writing it as a series. I don't know if she still does, though. Because the way it ends kind of needs to be continued. Like, I don't think it had a sufficient ending the way it ended. I don't know what to do. I'm in a terrible position. I should have just said no. I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to do advanced reading ARC and advanced reader copy. I'm not going to do it again. I can't be doing this. Maybe if it was for horror or something that I enjoy reading. Maybe. But doing it for a friend is definitely not a great idea. Because I don't want to upset my friend. Oh, Lord. I got a book. I can go and look at the reviews that are probably similar. Maybe I can get some ideas out of that. And Claude's given me a couple things to think about, too. Someone else said something about favorite characters. Very... Sitting here worrying about anyone help me get it run, is it? The thing I have to the end of the month to get this done. If I last that long. I'm not sure I'm going to last that long. I just want to get it over and done with. Because it's really bugging me. And that was Goodreads. Okay. Yeah, that's one of the places I have to review her book at is Goodreads. Oh, Amazon, Goodreads. Facebook. Well, I don't go on Facebook, so I'm not putting and the people I have on Facebook wouldn't care to read a review, so that isn't going to happen. Instagram. That's going to be a little rough. My own blog. Oh boy. All right. Is anybody interested in another sprint or what? I know Claude's done what he planned on doing tonight. Jenna's reading. Chippers left. I don't think anybody from Twitch is still here. So it's up to you guys. You want me to do another sprint or what? been 2 hours and 5 minutes so far. All right, Claude. Well, that answers that question. Claude's leaving. Got to go to bed now. Thanks for the stream, Tessa, and have a good night, everybody. Good night, Claude. Thanks for coming. Hope to see you soon. You'll be on the next part of your book, probably the next time I see you. So have a good night. Oh, Jenna, that leaves you and me, probably. And you're just reading. I got a ton of blog posts I should be doing. I have to finish rearranging, relaying out, whatever you want to call it, book one to fit the way supposedly I'm supposed to be doing it and didn't. And I need to keep these notes so that I'm thinking maybe book two may not have multiple POVs because that's a pain in the butt. So I kind of like having at least two. I don't know. Not sure what I'm going to do. Okay. So, Miss Jenna, what do you want to do? Want another sprint? Or not? It's you and me. That's right, I'm going. I won't have to worry about making, what the heck is it called? Affiliate over in Twitch because I don't have enough people on my stream. You have to have an X amount percentage for the whole stream, every stream, for the month, or whatever their count time is. And I don't get anywhere near it. So even if I get 50 people following, hi Nia. Yeah, I saw your cohorts get here, but I noticed you were missing. Just deciding whether to do another sprint or what, because kind of got a small stream here and oh, so I was talking to myself. But Jenna says, sorry, I stepped away to turn on something for the kid. I was talking to her and she wasn't even here. That happens quite often. Well, Nia's here via fiction now, Jenna, so someone else popped in. She's the one whose raid came over earlier. I was on your stream on YouTube. I don't think you were talking about going to Twitch, but I had to leave, so I don't know what happened there. I gather you were on Twitch though, because it was a Twitch raid, and I said it was you. So I said, Jenna, do you want to do another sprint or not? Because it's just you and I. And then Nia popped up. I'm not sure if Nia's still writing or not or doing anything. But should I do another sprint or not? Kind of quiet tonight. The last couple sprints have been very quiet. Nia says, yes, I did 2 hours on YouTube and then 2 hours on Twitch. Ah, yeah. Okay. I remember hearing you say you were going to Twitch and then I had to get off. And so I didn't follow you to Twitch. So I wasn't sure whether you went or not. Jenna says, I am not writing. Unfortunately, I'm just reading. And Nia says, sure, I'm going to read. All right. Well, I'm still struggling with a review. You guys can read. I can struggle with my review because nobody can help me with that. Too much with that. I've gotten a few suggestions, but kind of on my own with that one. Writing a review of a bark copy that I got. So, all right. Let me set up timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So I'm writing and you guys are reading. I have to do some reading too because I got to see what a review consists of because I don't write them regularly, so I'm not really sure what to do with this thing. And it's in a genre I don't normally read, which doesn't help. Just makes it harder. All right, I'm gonna mute myself because I'll probably be cursing at myself for a few times here, so you don't need to hear all that. I will be back in 24 minutes. Alrighty. I still I read a little bit of reviews for another book on magic and fantasy in Fantasyland, and I'm not sure it did much to help me. And it wasn't great reviews either. They weren't too good. I'm not too sure about. Claude said he just read the book and whatnot, but the reviews are bad, so I'm not sure that's going to be much help. Okay, looks like somebody just joined. I was gone. Tiramisu. Just noticed I never said rating Vixens because I was reading. I'm reading Six of Crows and it was intense. Oh, okay. You were part of the rating party. Just say you said 6 people, but there were only like 2 people said hello. I mean, Nia just got here too, not too long ago. So nice to see you. I'm the only one writing on this channel right now. So we're doing sprints, and Nia and Jenna are reading. I personally am trying to write a review for a fantasy book that I just read, and I'm not a fantasy connoisseur. So I'm having a hard time writing this review because I'm just not a big fantasy person. But it is a friend, and I promise. So I feel bad. So that's what I'm doing now. According to see, Nia says I got a chapter read, and I'm going to bed now. Thanks, Tessa. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by, Nia. Thanks for sending the raid over. Always appreciate it. And have a nice night. See you around, I'm sure. We'll cross paths quite often. Good night now. So that's the problem I'm facing right now. Is besides I have my own book I have to worry about doing edits on because of the editor. It seems I did it backwards. Of course, I didn't know what I was doing. I just wrote, and then I'm told my chapter should have been scenes and vice versa. So I need to fix all that. Oh, I'm sorry. I got so much pain. I'm sorry if I moan and groan, but moving is very painful. I wonder if this chair went back down again. Where's the handle? I can't find the handle. There's the handle. That helps a little bit. Got it to come up a little bit. Okay. So, basically, I'm the one who's writing, and when I finish this review, and I don't know exactly, I have to go post it several places, and then I need to start on my own rewrite of my book before I start book 2. And I haven't quite considered whether or not I want to do another. I was going to write one book, and then I got this crazy idea about this series, and then I started going crazy, and I got all these ideas and got this whole thing, and I'm like, do you really like writing books? Not really. I'm a short story writer. I'm a blogger. I write short stories. I write poems. I'm not big on novels, so I'm not sure I want to do another one. Thankfully, the one I wrote can stand alone, does not require another one, thankfully. So that's where I stand right now. Now, Tiramisu, are you still here? Are you writing? I got other people reading. Because if I, do a sprint and want to know if anybody's joining me or not. Because I'm supposed to go to 1 o'clock. So I have an hour 15 or so minutes left. I could get about 2 more sprints in if I keep going and nobody joins me, and it's kind of small. So I didn't know if you were planning on staying and joining or just saying hi. Oh, you were reading too. I just read that on the thing. So you're another reader, not writing. All right. So Jenna, what do you want? Nia laughed. She was reading. Jenna's reading. Raining now. Oh, how nice. We are having a rainstorm. Lovely. Hope it remains rain. No, they're showing thunderstorms. Great. Just what I need, thunderstorms. So looks like Funky. He says he doesn't usually do much on the weekend. So I don't think he's coming tonight. It's getting pretty late now. I don't think anybody else is here. The streams have gotten smaller and smaller and smaller. And again, a lot of the people that used to come aren't coming. I mean, I am not seeing Amelia. BH popped in for a few seconds the other night. She didn't stay. Jenna says, I'm sorry, Tessa, I'm just not feeling it tonight. I think I'm going to take some melatonin and get some sleep. Okay, well, that answers that question. You are the last one here, so I don't know whether it's worth me to keep going or someone might show up or at the last minute. I mean, I don't know if it's even worth me doing it. But I hope you feel better. Get some sleep. Like I said, Tuesday, if I stream at all, it'll be a pop-up. I'm not scheduled because I was supposed to do something else, but I'm not sure what that something else is yet. So, Jenna says, my last night of sleep without an alarm tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, it's very slow tonight. And even Gibberish didn't hang around. Amelia hasn't been here in a long time. BH pops in very rarely, though I'm in contact with her on Instagram. Melanie's not here. Can't remember if she told me she wasn't coming or not, but she's not here. Funky's not here. He just started coming again because he was gone for a long time. He just started coming again. The people from Twitch seem to have disappeared, so I guess they're not here. I guess that was just a message from Tiramisu that she was reading, and she sounds like she's really into what she's reading, so I don't expect anything from her, even if she stayed, which I don't know if she did or she didn't. Let's see. It says there's 2 people from, which is probably Coffee Quills, and it might be her. But she was reading, so she didn't do anything. So yeah, it's like dead in here, really dead. And this is the weekend. And I know everybody just got done writing from, Nano, and a lot of them are taking the month off. And I don't know. It's nice like these that make me not want to do this anymore because, there's just nobody here and things aren't like they used to be. Things have changed. Now, I understand why things have changed in your case. And I hope that, things will get a little better with you soon. But it's hard to say how well you're going to get back into your writing. I don't know. I hope you do soon, but you're going to have to take your time with that. Jenna says, I think he does the family thing on Saturdays. Yeah, I think that's what he had told me before, too. Jenna said, that's a bummer, but I get it. Hopefully I'll be back into writing by next week. I hope so. I miss you guys, and it's been so quiet. I mean, we haven't even done much of anything. There are not many sprints out there, so I can't blame it on all the sprints out there, because there aren't that many sprints out there. People just aren't writing right now. Out on weekends. Yeah, well, sometimes on Sunday he'll do one of those, pop-up sprint things that he does. I've seen him on Sunday sometimes. Shanna says they will. I think going back to work will help me. Well, to get you back into some sort of structure, whether it'll help you, I don't know. Only time will tell on that one. Jenna says I just need to feel normal and a bit more distracted that way. It's going to take a while for normal. And I wouldn't rush it. Take as much time as you really need to feel. Well, you got a point there. Being left with your thoughts is a bad thing. And that's part of sometimes our problems, and that's why a lot of people like to dive right back into work, because they don't want to be left with their thoughts. But everybody's different. Everybody. So what was normal for me may not be normal for you. So even telling you what I did isn't going to change how you're going to feel and how you're going to want to go about regaining your normal. And that's the hard thing. You're normal. It's going to take a while to get back to being normal, or what you consider normal. I mean, you do have a job that you have to get back to so you don't lose it. You wouldn't want to do that until you're ready. And right now, your clients aren't getting all the work that they're used to getting. I'd hate to see you lose your clients because of that. Jenna says, I usually jump right back into life after something like this, but this was a different animal. They're all different animals. But yeah, I understand that. Because not only was it an awful thing to happen, but you guys had to make up. And there wasn't a lot of time for that. You were so involved. Exactly. It was different than, like, I didn't have anything going on with my mother. I was very close to my mother. I told her everything. Things I wouldn't tell most people, I told my mother. My mother knew things about my life most people don't tell their mothers. But I could talk to my mother. And explain to your clients what's going on. I hope that they are, able to work around that. Hopefully it won't lose you too many clients. I don't know. Jenna says, one lost it, but what can you do? I had weird vibes with that one to begin with. So it may be a blessing in disguise. This shows who really cares, who sticks around you, who your friends are, who your real clients are. I mean, if you don't feel that you can trust that client, and now this happens and she lost it, or he lost, whoever, he or she lost it, then maybe you're better off without them. And you just have to start building up your clientele again. I know you want to leave your job, but you need a good clientele before you can do that. So you're going to have to go back to that job for now, obviously. And hopefully it won't be too awful for you. I'm sure the first few days are going to definitely be rough. But if you can get your mind on your job, everything will fall right back into place. I still want to retire next year. So you don't want to lose that. You don't want to lose the chance to be able to retire. I don't know if you can retire now or not, but you don't want to lose the chance to be able to retire. So you need to start getting your little ducks in a row. Make sure everything's okay with the job for retiring. Make sure you have your clients in place for the, to take over. Because you'll have more time for writing if you're not going to work. As long as you have enough, what's the word I want? Like you have to put into it. You can't just say, oh, well, I don't have to go to work today because, I don't have to go to work today. Because you're going to have to think of those clients as your job, and you're going to have to put that, the word's not coming, I'm sorry. You have to be responsible and do that work every day as if it's a job, because it's going to be your job. If it's something you rely on to live, obviously you have to. Boy, I had trouble talking today. The clients that I told this to weren't the greatest for the most part. That just goes to show people have no truth or sympathy for other people. They don't care about other people. It's all about them. And that's bad. Your mom asked like 4 times when you plan to retire. I never knew why, since she was so against that for a long time. She didn't sound that way this time around. Well, she knew. Maybe she just wanted to spend more time with you. I'm sure there were feelings on both sides. And hopefully you guys, you said you worked it out. Well, I hope you did. And you can get past this with a minimum of distress. Not going to be easy, though. Definitely not going to be easy. I mean, I had a great relationship with my mom, but my biggest problem was not having that person to talk to anymore, because I went to her with everything, especially my bipolar, and she knew when I was having trouble. She's the one that would tell me, go to the doctor, the medicine's not doing good, you need help, whatever. I mean, I relied on her for so much, and then she was gone, and yeah, it's not easy. Jenna says, I think I'll work harder from home than I ever would in an out-of-home job. That's one of the problems I would have, even though I would love to have worked from home. Discipline, that's the word I wanted. I don't have the discipline, because you have to have that discipline. You have to say, all right, I know I have to work X amount of hours today to make this much, figure out how much you're going to make and how much you can live on and how many clients you have to have. I mean, that's all going to fall on you to figure all that out. And you have to be disciplined. You can't just sleep in because you don't feel like getting up. You know that you have to get up and start writing. So it's important. Genesis, like broken up days, working when I can. I like the idea. Well, that's one thing. I mean, if you find that you don't work well in the morning, early morning, you could start later in the day. As long as you get in enough hours in that time, you could write all night if that works better for you. Once you're your own boss, you can do whatever you want. I personally have a discipline problem, and I would find it hard to be disciplined. So Jenna says, I think that we did. I feel okay about that. She was so happy to have us there with her. Well, I'm glad you were there, and you were there for her, and that you were able to make things up, because that'll make things easier on her in the other world, to not know that, things were still bad between you. So you guys made it up, and that is good. It'll be good for both of you. Nothing can change the past, but I let that go a while ago. Yes, and that is a problem I still deal with. Nothing can change the past, but I can't let it go. And that has to do with that person I married. And I can't let it go. And I don't think I'll ever let it go. He did too much to me. And then to find out that he's a narcissist and that he did that stuff most likely on purpose, knowing the kind of person I was, he took advantage of me. I can't forget it. Nope, not happening. Jenna says, I think I'd take Kay to school if I did that, to make myself wake up for the day, write late at night, that kind of thing. Well, there you go. That's a plan. That would certainly help wake you up. As long as you don't come back and go to sleep like I would. Right, late at night, that kind of thing. Yeah, well, make sure you keep all those things in your mind when you make the move to retire. Because you have to provide your own health insurance. Not cheap, especially with a child and a husband. Does he have his own? Is he on Medicare? I know you said he had some problems. There was a lot of things to think about. But I have to make that work out. I need to move past this. Yeah, well, keep those things in mind when you're thinking about it. What would you do about medical? Because it has to cover at least you and Kay, if not everybody else. Meaning the husband, of course. Jenna says, I wouldn't do it if I felt unsure about it. Can also get a transfer as needed. That's a good idea. Get a transfer to a different, yeah. If you don't feel comfortable doing a full retire, doing a transfer might be just the thing. Man, my knees are so sore. Might be just the thing. To help tide you over till you're ready and feel comfortable. Because, I don't know, I would be so afraid that I'd retire and then what if something, the old what if, plays out. What if? Am I strong enough to do this? Do I have enough clients to cover me? Do I have medical insurance? And that's very important, especially when you have a child. It's one thing to say, well, I'm not usually sick, so I won't worry about me, but you got to worry about your child. We're all on my health care. I would keep that for roughly 2 years after I retire. That could be expensive too. If you keep the one from your company, the Cobra, it's very expensive. but you're all on the same health care. So that's, you got to make sure you can, do something about that. And Cobra is expensive. Jenna says, I like my job because I like not working with customers and listening to my stuff, but it has changed a lot. It's amazing how many of the people I've met on here whose jobs deal with customers and they can't stand it and they don't like it. And it does things to their nerves and their, anxiety levels. And, we're all so much alike. I mean, I don't know if that's because we're all writers or it's just a coincidence, but it seems to be like everybody, is like that. And I don't know. It's just, that's the type of people that that, it's not the word I want, that gravitate to writing. Jenna says they pay some money into an account that continues to pay for health care until that money runs out. Well, that's cool. Well, that's cool. If you don't have to pay for the Cobra prices, because Cobra is 100% plus. So whatever they were paying, you'd be paying plus what you normally pay. And there's an office fee or whatever they call it, administration fee. And it's 100% plus. So it says, let me put it this way. When I was covering for the cashier window downstairs a few years back, I basically had a nervous breakdown and entered treatment for the first time. Well, I can say I've been there twice, so I certainly understand. And treatment's not the best thing in the world. Sometimes you got to do it. Well, I hope you're strong enough to avoid it again. Because I'll tell you, I did it twice, and I hated it. The first one was worse, though, because I said I wanted to commit suicide, and I tried. So the first one, I was locked up. Tighter than you can imagine. Second time, I had some freedom. Jenna says it wasn't just a job. It was a lot of things, but that did me in. Well, that's the thing. When I went out finally, I went out because of physical reasons of my job. My mental hadn't caught up with me yet. It was there, and it was a problem, but it hadn't caught up completely with me. Like my physical was really bad, and I started losing time off. They started giving me grief because you don't miss time at that job unless you're dead. And they started giving me a lot of grief, and then it's like, well, since you're probably going out on disability, we're not going to worry about it right now, because that's what I ended up doing, was going out on disability. And luckily I had disability there. Not all jobs have disability paid for, because it's expensive. So luckily I had that. And, I just added the mental into it, because by then I was totally gone. But I had a job dealing with customers on the phone, and it was horrible. It just did me in. Well, I hope, going back to work is going to be, I won't say it's going to probably be easy, because you've had, 4 weeks or so off? Wouldn't be rough. Well, and you're not going to let that happen again, and you're the one who can make that decision. And that's what I did. And I made a promise to myself and my children that I would not do that again. And so far I have managed to stay out, which is why I've been fighting with my psychiatrist about this medicine. And I finally flat out asked her, why won't you let me go back on my regular dose? Why are you suggesting all these medicines I can't take? I've already been through this. And she's like, well, I don't have access to your old records. And she said, Oh, I thought you couldn't. You said all your providers said you shouldn't be on this medicine. I'm saying one provider said that, and it's not even my provider. It was in the hospital, and they said it as a suggestion. So we cut my medicine in half to try to see if that worked. That was a trial, not a permanent move. And so finally, I got through to her. So last night, I started back on my full dose of medicine, and I hope that this helps this spiraling down into depression, because I don't get much lower. I don't want to get much lower. I already warned my daughter. I'm in a really bad place, and I don't want to go in the hospital again. But if things don't stop and get better, that's where I'm going to end up. And I don't want to do that again. And I made a promise to them not to do that again. So you're the one who can make that decision of whether you're going to let it happen again or not. Oh, I know you are. I worry about you. Thank you, Jenna. I worry about you too. And I know you got a good reason right now to be depressed. But it's easy to let that get out of hand if we're not careful. And I know, I told her I am spiraling down. I told her, I said, I'm worried about me. I said, I'm not planning on committing suicide, but I don't see a reason to get up in the morning. And that's almost as bad. But I promised my kids I would not do that again. So every morning I get up, and every morning I'm in constant pain, and I can't get any help for it. I think I'll be okay. The meds help, the therapist helps. Well, that's what she asked me. She's like, aren't you going to therapy? I told her I lost my therapist about 2.5 years ago. And if I go to Medicare and say, okay, I need to go for medical help for my, mental state, they're going to make me not go to her. They're going to make me go to an office that has a psychiatrist and therapy in it. And then I won't be able to go there. And I don't want to go to another psychiatrist. But I really do need therapy. I really need therapy. And that, I may have to just say the heck with it and just say, look, I need help. I need a therapist. I need, and if that means I can't go to her, I guess I can't go to her. But I have to see if this going back on my regular dose of meds helps or not. It's not going to be instant. It doesn't happen right away, obviously. I don't know how she got things so screwed up. Really don't. I've been, good with her so long. And it's like, I don't understand where she's getting all this information. Why is she suggesting all these meds that I've already tried and can't take? I think the meds will help you a lot. She started giving me a thing about, medicines aren't supposed to cure everything. You have to have therapy, and you have to, I know all this stuff, but you took away my medicine. Why can't I have it back? She didn't take it all away, but she cut it down so far. Jeez. Yeah. Yes. I'm also in limbo with this facility thing, and that can't be easy. It's not. My case manager keeps saying, are you excited? Are you excited? I'm like, I'm sort of excited, but I'm terrified. This is a big change in my life. And, I won't, not that I drive much anymore, but I won't have a car. So if something comes up, it's got to be, one of my kids, there's only 2 left up here, or my grandson, can, somebody come and take me to whatever. And it's going to be, another thing that I have to deal with is they think that by putting me in this facility that they're not going to have to deal with things. And they don't seem to realize that they're still going to have to deal with things. They aren't just going to be able to just, oh, well, mom's in the facility, they'll take care of it. No, doesn't quite work that way. So yeah, my nerves are shot right now. I'm always anxious anyhow. This isn't helping. Will I get this place? I'd like to say yes. I mean, everything I heard, everything I've seen, the privacy, all that is a great thing. But there are so many people for these spots that, will they pick me? I don't know. And it's not like you're on a waiting list. I thought I was on a waiting list, and I spoke to my case manager. She's like, oh, no. Whenever space opens up, everybody just puts in for it. I'm like, great. So I have to go through this over and over again if I don't get this place. We got to do this again. Like my life is going to be in constant state of limbo. Driving me crazy. I think that's the place for you, and you'll get it. I think it's a place for me too. I think my daughter she was here. I wanted her here for the meetings, and she came. And I think she thinks it sounds like a great idea too. And she keeps telling me when I say, oh, but she says, Mom, that's nothing. We can handle it. Don't worry about it. Quit worrying about everything. Easy for you to say. So I hope you're right. I hope that I really do hope. I mean, the place is further than here. The only family I have here is my sister and my dad. I can't see my dad anyhow because of my physical problems. And they got COVID going on again in there. And my sister, I don't see her that often anyhow. So, if she wants to come see me, she can come down and visit me at the thing. We don't see each other that often. So it's not like my daughters. I needed to be close. My one daughter's going to be, I don't know, it might be a little further than what she is from here to where she lives, from there to where she lives, but it's closer from my other daughter. And she's the one who does everything. She takes care of everything. So I need to be closer to her anyhow. Jenna says, then you'll settle in and find that it works for you. That's it. Getting settled in. I do know that I can take my stuff. I do know that they have Wi-Fi, even though Funky's asking me to ask them what the download speed and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, right, Funky, sure. I'll be sure to do that. I know he's joking with me. But they do have Wi-Fi. I keep my bank account. Everything goes into my bank account just like it does now. Plus, I'm getting ready to start my pension November 1st. The month after my birthday is when that starts. It's not much, but it could mess up my amount of money to get all the coverage I get, which I hope not. Because if I lose any of that, I'm going to be in big trouble. I'll be on the site with you looking for ghostwriting jobs. So everything, you get a bill from them. So you keep everything the way it is. I don't have to because I'm thinking, how am I going to do this? I got to pay off the bills. Everything comes out of my bank account automatically. How am I going to do this switch, and then I find out, oh, I don't have to because everything stays the way it is. And as long as I have a direct deposit, there's no fees from my bank account. So, because I was worried about that, the fees. Jenna says, that's ridiculous that they get you for that when it's not even a lot of money. I don't know how that's going to work. And the girl that was there, the girl, she goes, I'm not really sure either. because I had to, give them my financial records. I said, well, it starts in November. And, I assume, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't change, hopefully, too much how much money I get to keep out of that, and Medicaid pays the rest. But it might make a difference. She had no idea. So all I know is, when time comes, is let them know I got it, and they'll have to make whatever adjustments. But I said I was told, my dad only gets $50 a month out of his check. She said, no, it could be 100, 120. She says it really depends on the agreement with how much you make and with Medicaid and all that. She says, and then that's yours. And there's not a whole lot of things that I have to pay out of that. Like, I'm not going to have utilities aside from a phone. Cable's $25. Don't watch TV a lot. And if I keep my computer, I can just keep Netflix, and that's like $10 a month. And my daughter says, well, we could look around for a smart TV instead or whatever. So I don't know what she's got in mind, and she still has to figure out what we're going to do about the phone. My phone bill is almost $130 a month because I'm with Verizon, and I got a brand new phone. So it's almost $130 a month. So I'm not sure what's going to, obviously I can't pay that. I already told her, she was there. She knows I do not. Do they have movies and stuff there? I'm not exactly sure what all the amenities. This place hasn't opened yet. This place is still being built. So this will be a brand new place. I will be the first resident if I get this place. So, they're trying to get activities set up and stuff like that. Because she asked me what I did, and I said, well, I was painting because we had painting classes. She's like, well, we don't know exactly what all the, we're going to have, but we may have something to, other people here that paint or whatever. But here they pay all the teacher, they pay all the supplies. I mean, obviously it can't pay all that. So unless it's set up like it is here, if they pay for everything, it's not gonna happen. But it's like, well, possibly I could keep the car, but then if there's something happened and there's something still wrong with it has no air, I can't afford to get it fixed. The insurance would be most of my money. So, yeah, I don't know. Food is covered, rent is covered, and you get 3 meals and 3 snacks. So, that's a good place. That's a good thing. That sounds a lot like your mom's place, and they never filled all the apartments. Really? Well, Medicaid, because, it's so cheap, there's going to be a lot of people fighting for a few Medicaid places. They do have regular apartments as far as I know, but, assisted living, the average is between $4,000 and $7,000 a month for the rent in these places, depending on what tier you come in on. Like, I need more care than most people, so mine's going to be higher because I need, help bathing and dressing and all that stuff. But people move into these places, and that's a lot of rent just to have a nurse, on call. If you don't need all the other stuff, that's like still the average is like $4,000 a month. I mean, really. Shanna says, but they had movies and activities and stuff. Well, yeah, they're obviously going to have these kind of things too. Hopefully they'll have a library like some of them do. So, if I do want to read, I have access to books other than what's on my Kindle. I'll still be able to keep my Amazon because it's hooked to my account and go for the free stuff, so it don't cost me anything. I can still use Amazon. Jenna says, I know that the assisted living part of my mom's place was a lot. Okay, so she did live in a similar type place. Yeah. She never had to go there, but we looked into it for a minute. We have to be a certain type of healthy. Like you don't have to be completely healthy. But if you're at a point where you need a nursing home and you can't go into assisted living, like you still have to be able to get around. And then, when the time comes, then they can help you get into a nursing home. Because my friend told me that her mother had to be able to walk into the place or she wasn't allowed to move in. And she had already given up and gone into a wheelchair. They said, you know what? You could go into a wheelchair tomorrow, but if the day you come in here, you cannot walk in, you cannot come in. So her mother, by that point, had given up on walking. So they couldn't get her in, and she had to try to explain to her mother why she couldn't move in there, because the rule was you had to walk in. So, I still walk, obviously. So I'm not in a wheelchair yet. But if you have to afterwards, then it's fine. Her apartment was in the independent living building. Okay, so that's probably like tier 1, what they call, around here, they call it tier 1. Well, hi, La Monique. It's just Jenna and I were talking. So yeah, they do it by tiers here. So independent living is probably tier 1. But I can't qualify for independent living because I need someone to help me get washed and dressed, someone to clean my apartment. They do the laundry, they clean the apartment, and it's on a different level. So, Jenna says hello to La Monique. Oop, hit it again. I don't know why I do that. I still have a review to finish. Good thing I have to the end of the month. I'm being an ARC reader for somebody, and I'm having a tough time. Reviews are not my favorite thing in the world. And it's a fantasy book, and I'm not big into fantasy, so I'm struggling with it. Is your third book ready to go out? La Monique? I can only tag people on my computer. I'm on my phone. I assume you're talking about the feature that we have. That doesn't always work. Lately, I've been trying to. Certain people don't show up on it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Jenna's asking how you are, La Monique. It's out. I was actually going to ask if anyone would like it. It's out. You want to ask if anyone wanted an art. I'm struggling over the one I'm doing right now. I'm not really good with reviews. Yes, it's a small room tonight for sure. I hardly had anybody here. I only had a couple of people, and nobody else was, except for Claude in the very beginning, was writing. Everybody else was reading. And then we got raided, and they didn't stay. And it was a small raid to begin with. So that didn't help. Well, I'm stuck on the arc I'm doing now. I'm not sure I can do another one. Especially since I'm having so much trouble with the review part. Reviews are hard for me. Yeah, I already read it. Plus I have the copy you sent me. Jenna says, I know I wouldn't get it done, Dominique. I have to figure out my life. She's had a tough time of it lately. I'm still waiting. You weren't here for all this. You know I'm trying to get into assisted living, I think. May have caught on to that over the last few months. And I've got a possibility right now. And I'm in pins and needles waiting to hear whether or not I get it or not. Driving me crazy. Jenna says, I have your book. I've just been bad at reading, but I got a Kindle from Mom, so maybe that will help. Dominique says, I totally understand. You recently went through a very traumatic experience. So you do know that. Yes. It is a traumatic experience. I thought it was going to be a lot harder on me than it was when I lost my mom. But I took it a lot better than I expected. I thought I was going to go totally berserk, but I didn't. I do have my moments, though, when memories come back and haunt me. And I'll wake up sometimes and say, oh, I got to tell Mom. Oh, no. Well, then I'll tell Dad. Oh, no. He's in a nursing home. He wouldn't even know what I'm talking about. Mom, he says, is it a nice place? Yes, actually, I think it's a pretty nice place. It's brand new. It's not even finished being built yet. So I'd be the first, resident. It's a good sized room with a private bath. So it's all private, no roommates. It has Wi-Fi. So providing the Wi-Fi is strong enough, I'll still be able to stream, I'm hoping. I won't have much in the way of money, so I may have to go back to the free StreamYard. I don't know, which will cut down the amount of hours I can stream. So I'm not really sure how all that works, but the place sounds nice. I just went through the medical and the financial assessments, which is further than I got the last time. And they did a background check, which I had to pay for. So, things look good, but there's a lot of people trying for so many rooms. I don't know how many are available, but they haven't even opened yet. So they said move-ins 30 to 60 days. So we'll see. Jenna says I go back to work, so I think that'll help get me back on track. Money says that's what I'm hoping, that you can still do the things you enjoy. Well, that's what I was really afraid of, but my case manager had already told me that I need to take my own furniture. And she said, oh, you can take your computer. That's not going to be a problem. And when I was talking to them the other day, they were here. They actually came to me. They didn't make me drive all the way out, and that's pretty far. It's not close to here. I would be moving completely away from all my doctors and everything. Just closer to my one daughter. They said that you'll probably even take this, because my computer's in this big hutch-like piece of furniture, it's a pretty good size. I don't know if I would want to take it or not. My daughter's like, rather not take it. My computer is an all-in-one, so the size of my computer is the monitor, and the whole thing is built into that. So I could set it on a table, and I wouldn't have to take this big piece of furniture, because I'm not going to have a huge room, but it'll be my room. It'll be private. So that's the good thing. Jenna is getting a lot of hearts from La Monique. That's nice. Jenna says, I am starting to be able to sleep again just in time to get up when it's still dark outside. That's the weird thing when I wake up in the middle of the night and it's still dark outside. I have to keep the light on because I still have to put the shoe on in order to go to the bathroom, and I can't make a whole night without having to get up. So I have to keep my light on so I can see that, plus put my BiPAP mask and stuff on. Is hard in the dark. Believe me, getting it on in the dark is hard. So I just got my antidepressant raised again, and that has my sleep medicine in it. So hopefully I'll be able to get to sleep easier. So yeah, my case manager asked me if I was excited, and I said, well, sort of, but I'm also terrified. This is a whole change in my whole lifestyle. And then probably all new doctors, except for, what the doctor there can do, because there's a doctor on staff. If it's something that he can do without sending me to a specialist. But if I have to go to a specialist, which for pain management especially, I'll have to get a new doctor because I'll be too far away from all of them. I won't be able to keep my current doctors. But they have a doctor on staff. And there's a pharmacy there too. They actually have a pharmacy in the building. So it's not like I have to go somewhere else at a pharmacy. It's down by a river, located next to a scenic attraction. And it's been a long time since I've been in that town, so I don't know where exactly it's located. Where exactly, how nice a place. But it's brand new, so that's one good thing. Jenna says, I think this is the one, Tessa. I hope so. For one thing, I don't want to keep doing this. It's very hard on me. And it sounds so nice. Really sounds nice, maybe I'll make some friends. I won't have to cook. That's always a plus because I don't cook. I eat microwave meals, That's the existence of my diet. So it'd be nice to be able to eat real food that somebody else cooks. There's a lot of pluses. There are some negatives. There are some I'm not sure yet. I have to think about, Well, Monique says, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I hope it's the one. I hope so too. Move-in is 30 to 60 days. They're still building. So I don't have to leave here right away. And it probably won't be super duper hot when we move, which is helpful. I don't take a lot of my stuff, so we don't need a huge U-Haul rental truck. Maybe even my kids can, between their truck and the SUV, they'll be able to fit everything in. Well, they have 2 trucks, actually. But I don't know if my daughter would drive the truck. But she has a big SUV, which holds a lot. And I can't take a lot. So, I might be able to do all the moving and everything with just their vehicles, which would be cheaper than running a U-Haul. Genesis, brand new, that's perfect. That's what I said. Can't ask for anything better than a brand new place that's never had anybody else in it. and we did the virtual tour, and it looks pretty nice. I mean, it's one big room with a private bath, no roommates, so can't ask for too much more. Food will be provided. The nurse will do my meds. So they'll do the cleaning and, the housekeeping and the laundry, because I can't do that stuff. So that's one of the things I need. So one can always hope. All I can do is pray that this is the one. And she said to me, because I got upset when I got, turned down for the first one. And she says, look, she says, maybe this isn't the one. Maybe you'll get something better. So yeah, this is definitely better than what I was first offered. I mean, how much more can you ask for than a brand new place that's private and not sharing a room like the other place would have been? And then I would have had no privacy. And, I wouldn't be streaming or anything like that because I'd have to be quiet. And especially since sometimes I'm up all night and I prefer to sleep during the day. When you have a roommate, that's definitely not possible. And she'd have company in and out, and I don't get a lot of company, but if I did, you got each other's company to deal with. So it's nice that these are all small rooms. Well, they're not small rooms, but it's one room, the good size. So I don't have a lot of furniture. And I did just switch to a twin size bed because I had a full size, and that definitely wouldn't have fit. Would take up too much space. The only thing they provide is an armoire because there's no closet, and there's a kitchenette. There's a kitchenette in there, and the kitchenette is pretty big. Has quite a few cabinets. It has a microwave, which they provide, and a refrigerator with a freezer. That's provided by them. So it's kind of like a hotel room, almost. Everything all in one, space. And everybody has their own room. So that's cool. I'm just really nervous. Nervous. I'm a nervous person, so that's not unusual. I'm a nervous person. That's why another reason why I want to get this over and done with, because it's driving me crazy. I'm waiting. And they called my daughter, and my daughter's like, Mom, someplace called me, but I don't know who they are, and I don't know why they called me, but they were calling me for you. She says it's something New Standard. I think that's their name. New Standard. It's a New Standard Senior Living, I think it's called. I said, that's the place I applied to. She said, well, they called me. Well, she's my authorized representative on my Medicaid, so she gets calls. They ignore me. And so she told the woman, she says, you can actually talk to my mom. I mean, she does have her senses about her. She can talk to you, because I had to make up a meeting. We had to make up the meeting. And so she goes, I don't know my mom's schedule. It'd be better if you talk to her. So I ended up calling. My daughter gave me the phone number, and I called her and set everything up. So, of course you are. This is the unknown right now. Yeah, sure is, Jenna. Definitely the unknown. And I'm not good with the unknown. I'm not good with change. I mean, I'm sure once I'm settled in and I get to know what's going on and understand how things work, I'm sure I'll feel a lot better. But right now, I'm really, really nervous. We're not sprinting, so I might as well take all this down. uh, well, Monique says, yes, you definitely, and your senses about you, which is a blessing. Well, that's it. See, they're not used to working with clients that don't, a lot of times their clients don't have their senses. So they assumed since she was on my thing that she had to speak for me. And she's like, I keep telling these people, Mom, that you have your senses about you. They can talk to you. They don't need my permission. And technically, she doesn't have a lot of permission. She's not my, um, oh, what is that called? Power of attorney. I didn't give her power of attorney yet. So there's not a lot that she can do in the situation, but they assume because she's my authorized representative that she has that. And she has to keep telling them, you know. My mom is in her 90s, but she has dementia. I'm using swipe, sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. My dad is 89 and he also has dementia as well as a stroke. And so between the two of them, sometimes he's not so sure who we are completely. He doesn't remember much about our lives. He sort of knows who we are now, but he gets, the kids all mixed up. And now that I can't go and visit because I'm just not physically able to, and his area of the place is like the furthest you could possibly get away. So I got the long walk across the parking lot and then a long walk down one hallway, get on the elevator, get off, long walk down 2 hallways till I finally get to where he's at. I can't do it. So, he kind of understands that. I'm sure he feels abandoned, and I'm sorry, but I can't do anything about it. I don't have a choice. And, he's 89 now, and he had COVID, came through COVID fine. Jenna says, I am so blessed that my mom had her wits about her until the end. I have a lot of trouble with people having memory loss. Yeah, well, my mother had dementia when she went, and it was really weird because she had Parkinson's disease plus the dementia, and some of the things that she would say was down like crazy, and we had a hard time getting her to like go to another room because she swore there was all kinds of things in there and stuff on the floor. She couldn't walk on it. It was hard, really hard to deal with. And now my dad, he thinks everybody's an evil alien. Like, oh, geez. So it's always the aliens did this to him and the aliens did that to him. It's hard to deal with. Jenna said, I already have an awful memory myself. I don't deal with someone else having that. Jenna said, that sounds rough, Tessa. It is rough. I'm sure La Monique understands with the dementia. You never know what form it's going to take. And I think with my dad, because he was so involved with aliens in his life before he got the dementia, that's where his mind went. So he thinks everything is aliens. Because he's positive that aliens are around, they live, they're around us, blah, blah, blah. And he watched everything he could on aliens. So I think that was, why his mind went that way. My mother, She had conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory. It was terrible. And she was positive my dad was going to kill her. And I'm like, Mom, Dad is not trying to hurt you. He's certainly not trying to kill you. And then we'd have arguments about that. And, I'd have to calm her down so that she would let my dad take care of her, because the only one that took care of her was my dad. And she had to be calmed down so that she would let him, take care of her. It was rough. Jenna says my grandparents both had patches of that, and I was a lot younger, so I ran away from it. Yeah, well, it got to a point where you can't run away from it anymore. And I told my kids, I said, look, unfortunately, it runs in my family. So if I start doing things, really weird things, please remember that it might be dementia. Don't just, ignore it. Oops. Monique says, my mom isn't as bad as people thought it would be. Her mother had it really bad. My parents got it pretty bad. And I told them, I said, it runs in the family. I mean, my grandparents, now, my parents, both parents. I said, the chances are I'm going to get it. And you have to be aware. If I start doing things that aren't normal, be aware of the fact that it could be dementia. Because I'm not going to know. The person having dementia doesn't know. Jenna says, does she remember things with you, Monique? Well, I know with my mom, she would remember things in between patches, just like my dad. The dementia comes and goes, and then they have a regular, memory. But you never know when that dementia or whatever is going to take over. Monique says she just repeats herself and mixes me up with my daughter first. Yeah, he's done that. My mom, she calls me over and she says, I want you to know your dad's trying to kill me. You got to keep him away from me. He's trying to kill me. And I'm like, Mom, he's not trying to kill you. But you can't reason with somebody when they're in dementia till they come out of it. And then they're like, I said that? I really said that? And I said, yes, you said that. Oh, no, I would never say that. That's why after living with two parents with it, I tried to warn my daughter, if I start acting weird, pay attention. Genesis' granddad did that a lot. Monique says, no, Jenna, we just usually talk about what her day was like, but not the past. There's not much talk about the past anymore. Even my mom, before she passed on, didn't remember much of the past. Like, what happens now is there. Jenna says, I'm sorry. Here I am going on about me. That sounds so hard. Don't worry about it. What are friends for? Monique says, I can't really complain about my mom. She's always chipper and nowhere near how her mom was. Physically healthy for a 92-year-old, too. Yeah, that's part of my dad's. Like, he had 2 heart attacks when he was in his late 50s, early 60s. So one would expect him to die young. But here he is. He's 89 years old. He doesn't have any problems. He went through COVID without any problems. His body is healthy, and he wants to die. And he's, like, yelling at us all the time. Why don't you just let me die? I'm like, Dad. My sister's like, Dad, we aren't in charge of who dies. That's not our choice. Obviously, they're not ready for you up there yet. So you have to stay down here with us. And, he gets all mad. He don't want to hear it. He wants to go and be with my mom. And he doesn't understand why he can't be. And he doesn't even understand a lot of things right now. So that is one of them, is why can't I be with my wife? I want to be with my wife. We can't do anything about that, you know. Jenna said, that's good. I remember telling Mom that too. Yeah, they don't understand. Yeah, she was in a hurry when she started to hurt more. That's the way I feel right now. It's like, I'm 64, going on 65, and I'm in such terrible pain, and it's only going to get worse, and I can't get anything for the pain more than what I already get. So what do I have to look forward to? And, doctor doesn't understand. They're like, well, it's nothing we can do. They made laws, and we have to abide by them, and I can't get any more medicine. So I said, what am I supposed to do? I'm in terrible pain, and it's just going to get worse. Because I got degenerative disc disease, I got arthritis, I got fibromyalgia. None of that's going away or getting better. So what am I supposed to do? It's just going to get worse. It's gotten worse in the 10 years since I started really having a bad problem that I went on disability. And they're like, nothing we can do. I'm like, great. You're a lot of help. Genesis, we told her that they were getting her party ready up there. Oh, man. Pain management is terrible. It is. And it's not much help when they say, I'm sorry, I can't do anything more for you. So I get to live like this. And it's awful. No wonder I don't want to get up. Who wants to get up to nonstop pain? Even being in bed hurts. And it used to be I could at least lay down and get rid of some of this pain. Not anymore. Monique says, amen, Jenna. Going to her party. Getting her party ready, yes. They don't handle it well at all. Well, I'm not handling it well at all, and I still have my full senses about me. And I'm able to say, but why? It's not fair. What are you going to do? I'm in terrible pain. Nothing I can do. That's all I get. Nothing I can do. No, you're a big help. Monique says, I'm going to head out, guys. Good night. Good night, Monique. Good luck with your third book. Sorry I can't help you, but I'm struggling with the one I got right now. Jenna says, good night, Monique. Oh. Kind of want something to eat, but I don't know what. Don't have a lot here. My daughter said, please don't buy too much more stuff because you get all this stuff here you can't use and you can't take with you. She's like, don't buy anything else. It's like, you got to use what you have. Crazy. It is crazy. Just wondering what it was I had written. It was the sort of layout of book 2. I'm like, who are these names? Oh, yeah. Some of the people I named in my book. They're written on the paper. Because I was thinking about maybe trying to outline the second one. but I have to finish book 1 first. And she said I should try to outline it once I get it laid out right, and then do an outline, reverse outline, like you do it after you write the book. I'm like, interesting. That's what I used to do with my research papers. Just write it afterwards. I've got a ton of paperwork I have to shred. And I do mean a ton of paperwork. Jenna says I have about 3 books going now and got an idea for a new one. Go figure. Yeah, if I get an idea right, then I get too many of them at once. I have a bunch of them that I did as those, short story on the prompts. And I have a bunch of them. I have no idea where I'm going with them. And a lot of that, I was thinking about it the other day. I didn't realize it at first. And then I realized that a lot of that doesn't make any sense to the book itself. It was stuff I put in to make a story for the blog. So a lot of that has to come out. It really isn't necessary to the story. It worked for the story for the blog, but it's not necessary. It would be, information not necessary in a book, per se. So I have a bunch of them all at a certain point that need like beginnings and endings, and then redos of the middle because, like I said, there's a lot of stuff in there that I wrote because I was writing from a prompt, which won't make sense in the story if I put it in the story. So I really have to think about this when I'm doing it. So is this really, is it necessary to the story or not? But I think that's the way things are. It's like you either have no ideas or you have too many ideas. Tomorrow's Sunday. Wow, I got a bruise on my hand. I don't remember hitting it though. I wonder why it hurts. Weird. So are these books that you've actually started writing on and then got another idea for a new one? Or you just have 3 ideas with a 4th idea? Or did you actually start writing these books? So you started writing them. Things you started before the mom thing. Yeah. The new idea came during the time with her. Interesting. I guess tomorrow I'll have to look and see if Funky's doing her write-in or not. I'm trying to remember. I think he did on Sunday nights, but I'm not positive. Right now there's not a lot of streams out there. And there's not many people looking for them, obviously, because sure haven't gotten much movement. And they've all been pretty small. Harley Andrada. Hey, just popping in. Hi. Nice to see you. Jenna says Funky just jumps on when there are no streams. He says he works better with them. Sometimes I find them annoying. We have someone who just popped in. The moment we're just talking. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes streams are annoying. Sometimes I work better just working than, especially if I'm the one hosting it because I have to keep doing the host thing. And I mean, I don't really miss all those streams I had going. And I streamed twice streamed twice with Charlie during the week, beside my own. Genesis, subscribe, and YouTube will let you know. Of course, he does scheduled ones too when he can. Yeah, well, YouTube is great at letting you know well after the thing started. They're not real good. I did subscribe, but they're not real good at letting you know ahead of time. They don't let you know ahead of time. It's usually after the thing started. And people come in, they're like a half hour late. They said, I'm sorry, YouTube just told me you were streaming. So YouTube isn't very good at that. Hi Jenna, I almost missed the stream because I'm painting instead of writing today. Yeah, well, we're essentially at the end of this. Jenna was reading. I had a couple readers and one writer who left a while ago. So it's been kind of slow. Jenna says, oh, what are you painting? Jenna says, my family are all artists. I'm doing a landscape myself. And I had to miss class for this meeting, so that's 2 weeks in a row now. Or 2 times in a row I've missed class. The next one is in the middle of the month. I don't know if I'll make it or not. It's hard to say. I hope to, but because I got a half-started painting. They ended the classes for COVID, so they just restarted them. So I had a painting that's been sitting there a long time. I'm painting a night sky and a mountain range. Oh, cool. Sounds nice. Landscapes. Mine is right now. I was doing the 4 seasons. So I have a summer one with a nice, really pretty blue water and you can see palm trees. And then I did a winter one that has a covered bridge with snow covering everything. And the one I'm doing right now is, I guess it's spring. Since there's flowers, probably isn't fall, but it's a seascape with a lighthouse in the background. So there's the sea, there's the beach, and then there's a lighthouse in the background. And then I have, I think, my mural, which is on a large piece of plywood. I think it's sort of the same layout. I did one of them though with this a forest scene with like a path through it with flowers lining the path and everything. Plus they were birch trees, so the white trees. So I did one of those too. Janice is pretty. Yeah. I definitely figure that would definitely be pretty. Mine, of course, are daytime, so you got a lot of bright sun and shadows to worry about. Painting shadows. That's fun. And they said if you like you're using water, and if the shadow, depending on which way the sun is, you could have the reflections in the water that you have to paint as well. So it's like repainting the same thing, but as a reflection. I'm not a very expert painter. I just learned a couple years ago. Well, just before COVID happened, I just started learning how to paint, and I don't paint very well. And then we had no painting for a year or more, and now we're just starting again. But COVID's getting worse, so they're about to shut our state down again. So I wouldn't be surprised if they stop the painting again very shortly here. And if I move, I don't know whether I'll be painting or not painting, because I don't know what they do at this place. So low battery. Oh, goody. Gotta charge it. You gonna give me my thing or not? 150. Yeah, it's low battery. All right. Gotta plug that in. All these gadgets and their batteries drive me crazy. Now my daughter's on vacation, so this week there will be no packing or going through stuff unless I do it myself. But I really need her because she says, "Do you really need this?" Because if left to my own devices, I'm not getting rid of anything. So I need her. Harley says, I don't really do realism that much. I focus more on sci-fi and concept art, but I don't really paint much anymore. Yeah, I like realism. I don't get into all that other stuff. I'm not interested. I went into a doctor's office the other day and I'm like, wow, a real picture, not some, crazy, what do they call that stuff? I forget what they call it now. I said, it's a real picture, like, wow, that's what I like to see. I can't stand looking at that other stuff. But everybody's got their own likes and dislikes, so. My grandson, one of them, is very talented. He does a lot of comics like his older brother. And so he definitely got artistic ability. I said he did this because he was pretty young. He's only 14 now, and he's been doing this for years. I said he was done by, Justin? I mean, really? I mean, I find it hard to believe. So he definitely has talent. My mind is focused on food. I want food. But what kind of food? I don't have a lot of food to choose from. I'm kind of sick of the food that I have here. Jenna says, I am messing with how to promote my sales on books on Facebook. And they're always bugging me about ads and stuff like that. Like, it happens to go through Facebook. It's because Facebook is part of Instagram. But I don't do much with Facebook itself. But since Facebook, to put my ads on Instagram, I use the Facebook Business Creator. Can you get late night snacks at the new place? I know they give you 3 meals and a snack. I don't know whether they give you the snack at the end of the meal to take with you, or if they have some place where you can go and get a snack. That part I don't know. I just know they said 3 meals and 3 snacks. So, snack in between each meal and one probably before bed. No, that would be, yeah. The one after dinner would be before going to bed. But I'm not really sure exactly how it works or where you get it. I just know you get them. Jenna says, I suppose I should work on that tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know anything about. I just know that option that they keep trying to get me. With that option, they send me emails every now and then. It's like I don't even go on Facebook that often. I went on the other day because the tour we got, the virtual tour they gave us of the room was on Facebook. So we had to go onto Facebook, like the site, and then it gives you an option to view a virtual tour of the room. But it said all the rooms are different. Like, they're laid out differently. So just because we saw that one particular room doesn't mean the one I get would be exactly like that. So, just because I saw that virtual tour doesn't mean that's the room I'm getting. Shannon says, I have a plan to be productive tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, I have a plan to be productive, but it doesn't happen often. I don't really make plans because in my life, I do things as I feel like it. So, I don't know what I'm going to do. I know what I need to do. But when it gets done, whole different story. Don't know. I don't think I've heard from Melanie today. She's the one who's editing my book, so I need to know exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Well, hopefully Funky will have a stream, and I don't know how many other people are streaming. So many people have moved to Twitch, though, so there's not a lot on YouTube. I mean, I don't have to worry about going to Kate Kavanaugh's anymore because she's on YouTube only. So, unless I feel like dealing with Twitch. She's on Twitch only. I think I said that backwards. I probably won't be seeing any more of hers. And most of the people that are Twitch that do this kind of stuff do it differently than we do. So it's all different. You want to dye your hair first and foremost. Red, right? I gotta get mine cut. It's hanging in my eyes. I gather you can see just how long my hair is now. Hanging down in my eyes. Needs to cut. Yep, went back to red. I figured that. I don't know if my daughter went back to red or not. She had bright red hair for quite a while. And then she had multiple colors. She did more than one color. She was going through a time when she did multiple colors. She had gold and red, and I forget what the third one was. You missed it. I colored my hair dark for a long time, but I can't afford it anymore. And I tried doing it myself, and I managed to get dye in my eye, and it was too much hassle. So I just let it grow out and just be gray. Tired of messing with it. It was one thing when I was working. It was another thing when I was not working and I didn't have to pay rent. Now I'm not working and I have to pay rent. So dyeing my hair is just an expensive thing I can't afford. And I don't do it by myself. She sounds cool. I call her my bohemian daughter. She has 3 kids, 3 different fathers, doesn't believe in marriage, dyeing her hair, multiple colors. She let all her kids have colored hair when they were young. So Jenna says my sister went all gray. Really good on her, but I'm not there yet. I get told all the time mine looks really good, which is good because I'm not coloring it any longer. And I can't afford to pay somebody that much money to color it. So, especially now. I have more money right this moment than I'm going to have coming up as soon as I move into this place. I'm going to be pretty broke. Jenna says, I can appreciate that. I feel quite boho myself without the 3 kids. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if she came and told me she was getting married, I'd be totally shocked. She's in her early 40s. She has 3 kids, all different fathers. None of them have been much part of their lives. Occasionally, the middle one just is trying to buy his son's love and bought him a motorbike. My older daughter says, it's the wrong size for her mom. She has to keep it there because she doesn't have anywhere at his father's to keep it. And he can't afford to take it any place and ride it. And he can't ride it on the roads because that's illegal. So what the heck is he going to do with a motorbike? But that's the kind of crazy things that, I expect from the men in her life. They have no common sense whatsoever. They've all been in jail. They're all druggies, alcoholics. She keeps mixing up with the same kind of people and then has kids by them and has to raise them by herself. She keeps doing it, though. Jenna says, I do it myself for that reason. Yep. Bad picker. We haven't been able to stand any of the guys she's had kids with. And they're no good. And they're no help. And she can't afford to raise these kids by herself. She just had the last one. The father is on hard drugs. I thought the others were bad. At least they were on painkillers. This one's into hard drugs. And he was out partying. He has seizures. He has a brain injury. He has seizures. And they just dropped him off at the hospital outside and left. I said, well, it was nice they at least took him to the hospital. But, nobody cared to find out about. They didn't want any questions. They just dumped them off outside the hospital and left. So somebody found him. And she didn't even know if he was coming out of that one. I asked her, I said, are these seizures genetic or caused by an injury? Because you just had a kid with him. I certainly hope they're not genetic. She's like, no, Mom, they're not genetic. He had an accident and had a traumatic brain injury. I said, well, I'm glad to hear that it's not genetic, because that would be a terrible thing to put on a kid. And she was in her 40s. I don't know. I lost track. She's 40, early 40s. That's all I can tell you. And he's a year and a half now. So she was definitely over 40. I don't know if she was 41 when she had him or not. But, I knew she was going to do it. As soon as there was another guy in the picture, I'm like, here we go again. As soon as there's a guy in the picture, we have another baby. Because she loves kids. But she doesn't think about the consequences. And then she gets all upset and she goes, I just want some guy to take care of me. Not these guys. None of these guys are going to take care of you. They are not going to take care of you. You picked the wrong guys. None of them are going to take care of you. What don't you understand? Jenna says, well, I will not have any more kids. Well, you're a little bit older, I think, than she was. So I'd be a little surprised if you did want another kid, but you wouldn't be the first one to have one. Jenna says, I have no desire to do so. Well, she finally said that was the last kid because that one was really rough on her. I said, well, I'm glad to hear that. I know you love kids, and unfortunately she had, I don't know how many miscarriages. She would have had a ton of kids if she didn't have miscarriage after miscarriage after miscarriage. And I know she wants a big family, but she doesn't have a husband. She doesn't have a man or a woman to support her, which is what she wants. Well, it isn't happening. Probably not going to happen. I don't know. Yeah, I'm too old for that now. I can understand that. I know you're younger than me, but I know you're still pretty far up there. So, yeah, I would be surprised if you wanted a kid now. Jenna said, that's too bad. Yeah, it's too bad. And I'm really... It's a sore spot in our family. She don't understand why everybody just doesn't want to run to her aid and give her money and, take the kids so she has time off. And she got injured, so she has trouble working. And she still had this baby. She was already injured. So why would you have a baby when you know how hard they are to take care of with one hand? Her dominant hand is injured permanently, nerve damage, which is radiating now through her body. Who knows how much longer she'll even be able to work. And she's got this baby whose father is of no use. Just like the rest of them, if not worse. And she's still supporting him. She goes, well, I told him he has to be off my insurance by the end of the year. He shouldn't be on your insurance now. She don't see that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have any money, but yet she'll pay for that. What was I going to say? When you have kids, they grow up, but you still have to worry about them. I mean, I've got this one that I'm worried about, really worried about. She's not even my youngest. She's my middle child. My youngest is off gallivanting around the country doing his thing. He likes temp jobs and living out of the only amount of stuff he'll own is what can fit in his truck. And he I don't know. So I don't see him much because he doesn't come back to Jersey. Can't afford it. Doesn't make much money. He, gets temp jobs that are usually probably minimum wage or so. Maybe a little bit more sometimes if he's lucky. And he's got a car payment to make. So, he doesn't have any money. So we don't see him. And my older daughter, she has to do everything, and she's mad, and she's always complaining about having to do everything. Yeah, I know I'm running over. It's not unusual for me. As long as there's somebody to talk to. I keep running my mouth. So... No, I'm not tired. Not in the way you're thinking. I'm tired of life, but I'm not tired, physically tired. I'm just so tired of all this stuff going on. I tried telling my kids, just because you've grown up doesn't mean I stop worrying about you. But I'm a big girl now, Mom. I'm a big boy, Mom. You don't stop worrying about your children. I said, my parents still worry about me. My dad still worries about me. It doesn't stop because you're grown up. They're like not understanding. Said you'll know someday if you have kids of your own. The two girls have kids. My son doesn't. You'll understand that. Just because you get to be an adult doesn't mean we stop worrying about you. Yeah, I can understand. I caused my parents a lot of worry over the years. Yeah, me too. And I had the mental issues to deal with, and my dad didn't know how to deal with it after my mom left. And I'm like, you're all I have left, Dad. I need you. He goes, but I don't know what to say. I said, just listen then. He says, but I need your mother. I said, well, Mom's not here. You're going to have to listen. I'm sorry. I need somebody now. My kids don't listen. So I need you. Your dad called your sis and you angels the other night. It was sweet. Well, that was nice. That's cool. It's still raining out there. How nice. I don't think we've had a storm yet. A thunderstorm. At least I haven't heard any. Then again, I got headphones on. I can't hear anything. Haven't noticed anything flashing. He took you to your angel dinner? Oh, sweet. That's what he said when it was over. I think this changed my dad a little bit. It affects everybody. Even, I mean, right now, I don't have a lot of feeling for my ex, but if something happened to him, I'm not sure how I would react. Because we were still married for 23 years, even though we have been divorced for 21. I think that July 10th, I think, was our 45th anniversary, if we had stayed married. So we were really close. I mean, we've been divorced for 21 years, so we weren't close to anything. We were married for 23 years, so we didn't quite make our 25th. My friend at work's ex-husband died recently, and they were still good friends. She came right back to work. We're supposedly friends. That's what he thinks. I don't know if he's finally caught on to exactly how I feel after I wrote that letter. But he thinks we had an amicable divorce and that we're still friends. And I'm like, you have no idea of what I think of you, really. I think it's just her way of dealing with it. But yeah, some people, they have to get right back in there and get their mind off it. Everybody's different. I would have done the same thing here, but taking care of Mom took a lot out of me. Well, yeah, you were physically taking care of somebody. That definitely would. Besides the mental aspect of it, you had the physical aspect of it to deal with. It definitely would be different. I mean, my dad got his first break when my mom went into the hospital because she was unconscious and they couldn't bring her around. And that was his first break because he had always been there taking care of her for as long as I can remember almost. I don't remember too far back where he wasn't taking care of her because this started pretty early in her life, the Parkinson's, and she slowly stopped doing things. She couldn't do things. In the beginning, when I was little and in elementary school, she was baking and stuff like that. But, she started going downhill, and then she got to the point where she needed constant help, and she couldn't drive or anything like that. but because the Parkinson's, she couldn't drive. But I don't remember much of my mother as I was a little kid, because my memories of her with the Parkinson's are so strong, and she started it so young. And I wasn't around much, because once I got married, we moved out of the state. When we came back, she was really starting to get pretty bad. And because she said it started around the birth of my second daughter, where they knew what it was. I mean, because with Parkinson's, there's no tests you can do that tells you this is what it is. They have to try the medications, and if the medications work, then okay, you have Parkinson's. So, she had symptoms, and they started using medications, and medications started working, but it's progressive, so it continued to get, got worse and worse and worse. Then she just couldn't do things, and most of my adult life, she was like that. And I don't remember much of my childhood, so I really don't remember anything except my mother being, not able to do anything. I mean, my daughter yelled at me a few weeks ago. We had a big thing, and she's like, I don't have a mother like everybody else has a mother, which kind of bothered me. I said, well, I'm sorry that I have mental illnesses that make me not the same as everybody else. And she's like, well, it's just not fair. I don't have a mother. My kids don't have a grandmother. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I can't do anything about it. I can't change the past. And you should have told me this before, not sit here and gotten so upset about it. I mean, I've written apology letters online. I've written apology letters and told them where to go to read it, and that I posted it. And, my kids don't care. And then they get all bent out of shape. And she goes, well, I tried to keep you involved in our lives. And I said, well, you're the one who pulled away. And she says, well, you were just not around. I said, but I couldn't help it. You pulled away from me. I would call you and you would ignore me. Oh, no, I can't talk now. I can't talk now. Send her a text message. Never hear back. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw this a few days ago. I missed this. Sorry. I can't talk now. I mean, what do you want me to do? And that's the other thing. The other one, we had a big to-do earlier, and before this, I'd say you try. And you can't change the past, but you apologize. That's the thing. I can apologize, but I can't make them accept that apology. So my oldest daughter decided not to accept my apology. Now, we're working things slowly out, kind of probably like you and your mom. And I'm sure that she's aware now, because they've already lost his father. And she knows how many problems I have, that she could lose me at any time. And I think it's finally starting to sink in that she could lose me. And she's starting to think about it, and she's trying. But I apologized over and over again, and it wasn't all my fault. She would not apologize. She would not accept it. And we were growing apart. So, it's like, what do you want me to do? I can't change what my life was. Nobody knew what I had. Nobody knew anything back then. They know things now, but you don't even want to know. She told me flat out she didn't want to know. She didn't know anything about it, and she didn't want to. She didn't care what was wrong with me. She didn't want to know about it. What am I supposed to do? I can't do anything. So I thought I had one daughter, and then I find out the other one's harboring all this stuff, and finally pops out with it the other day, which is what I didn't need. And we were downstairs while she's standing there. People are walking in between us. We're having, she's crying. Now I'm crying. We're all crying. And then she leaves. I said, "Don't you leave me." I said, "If you leave and I fall coming after you, it's on your head." She just kept on walking. And she was walking slowly, but she kept on walking. So I had to go after her with my broken foot in my walker. And I'm like, "What do you want from me? I'm sorry things happened the way they were, but I can't do anything. I can't do anything. And it's in the past now. So there's nothing that can be done." That's tough, but it's on her. It helps a lot to try and understand things. She partly understands. She's a nurse. She has some mental issues herself. So she partly understands. But she just got really upset because she doesn't have a mother like everybody else's mother. I'm like, "I'm sorry. I'm not perfect. I have mental issues. I did the best I could. I apologize publicly. What more do you want from me?" So I've been trying to make sure I call, and she's been answering most of the time. Because that's what happened. I mean, I would call and she'd tell me I can't talk. Well, she wouldn't answer. It would just go to voicemail. And it's like, you pulled away from me. Because we were close at one point. As close as I could be to anybody. I was close to my son because he understood. Unfortunately, he got all my mental health issues plus the rage of his father. So if anybody has something to complain about, he does. But he understood me, so I could count on him. I can't count on the other two. But I think, like I said, they're starting to realize, especially after losing his father, or father-in-law. So, and he was young. He wasn't even 70. And, all the grandkids haven't graduated. They're still in school. And, it was rough. And they're struggling with it. And, I think it's finally dawning on her. That could have been me. And I have a lot of things wrong with me that could, unfortunately, kill me. So far, I've been lucky, but they can kill me. Really rough. I think it's finally getting through to her. So we've gotten along a little bit better. Will we ever be super close? I don't know. But at least she's doing what she's supposed to do. I mean, she's the one that burst out and said, "I'm too young to have to take care of you. I have my kids to take care of. Your kids are 12 and 15, almost 16. I don't think there's a whole lot more that you have to do that is that, much that you can't take care of your mother." Jenna says, I used to be her, unfortunately. Well, I'm glad you got a chance to make it up to her. Because I'm not sure that I'll get all the way through that with my daughter. And it really is hard. Jenna says, I had the family, the jobs, and everything going on. I felt bad, but I did step up to the plate when needed. She's just starting to step up to the plate. And it's been more since the death of her father-in-law that she's become more aware. Even though most of the time I go to the hospital, it's not dangerous. When I went there and found out I have a chest full of blood clots that could have killed me, and still can because they're in there still, they're not gone. You know, I could still end up having an airway blocked by one of those things. What happened that night I went, last time I went, I'm pretty sure one of them moved and blocked an airway, and I couldn't breathe. I more than did that. It happened that way for a reason. Hope nothing like that happens to you. I would be so sad. Thank you. I think my kids would too. Even though they're being so whatever right now. I'm sure if that really did happen, they'd be really sorry. We all would. I'm sure. Got a nice little group here. So we're missing some of them. Of course they would. That's a terrible reality. Well, that's one thing I wish she would understand is, she's being all standoffish and stuff, that, something did happen to me and I died and she couldn't make up for it because she took so long feeling sorry for herself and whatever reasons she has for doing what she's done. That just I would put her in a really bad situation because once they're gone, they're gone. You can't make it up afterwards. If you don't make it up beforehand, it's over and done with. We all worry about you, Tessa. We want the best for you. Thank you. I know you guys do. And I think you guys are all great. And I think we got a nice little group here. I don't need a big group of people around me. Just a few people who care would be nice. My goal was not to have 100 and some people on my stream at one time. I like it when we're just a nice small little group. And, we can take care of each other. I think we have some demons to face in life that we deal with later. It's human nature. Yeah, but sometimes human nature doesn't give us another chance to fix something. We're not all lucky enough to have that chance. I mean, her father-in-law died very quickly. They went to the hospital, and the hospital says, you have 2 days to live. He says, sign me out of here now. I want to go home with my family. I don't even want to be here. So they signed him out, and 2 days later, he was dead. I mean, that's more warning than a bus accident or whatever, but wasn't a lot of warning. That's for sure. My sister thinks that we go through like a review process when it's all over, but without judgment. I don't know why she thinks that, but it sounds nice. I don't know. I mean, some people think that you have to go, depending on your religion, what you feel, and whether or not there's judgment or not. I mean, who does she think reviews you? I don't know. That shook her right back into reality. Oh, I prefer not. I'm scared of that. Well, I certainly know I'm not a perfect human being, and I've done some things in my life that I'm definitely not happy about. And would I want to stand in review of all the things I've done in my life? No. It would be nice to think that there would be no judgment for things that I've done. But there are things I've done. I'm not perfect. I've done things I shouldn't have done. I don't know that she thinks it's God exactly. I wonder who she thinks it is. Your client that got mad at you wished bad karma on you. Sighs. That's really nice. Your mother's dying and your client wishes bad karma on you. Wonderful. Human beings sometimes can be terrible. We all had that in our past. We learn from mistakes. Yeah, I've done some things that I've known are morally wrong. Would I do it again? No. I repented what I did. And all I can hope is that it was accepted because can't change it. And I don't think anybody else got hurt because of it, hopefully. As far as I know, they didn't. I did wait too long to make them aware of what was happening. I'll give them that. If you learned, it counts as learning. My dad always said something about that we're here in life to learn a lesson. And if we don't learn the lesson in this life, we will go on to the next life and repeat until we learn the lesson. So X amount of lessons have to be learned. And if you don't learn them in this life, you will go on to the next life and repeat them. In which case, you would not go to heaven right away. You would go on to another life, because you believe in reincarnation. You would go on to another life, and you would continue until you learned all your lessons. And then you would be allowed to go to heaven. That was his thoughts on the situation. That we all have certain things we need to learn. And if we don't learn them, we repeat them until we do learn them. So, kind of like what you said. I agree with that. So, what I did, I don't know if it will keep me from moving on to the next step, or will I have to repeat my life because of things I did? Or does the fact that I repented have anything to do with it? I don't know. I know what I did was wrong. The fact that someone else did it to me doesn't make it any more right. Doesn't help. I repented it on my blog. So I'll be out there somewhere. I have to go through the old blogs. I can't delete the one because that's the one I started with, and they won't let you delete it. I could take the stuff out of it, but I can't delete it. The other one I can delete because it's just an offshoot of the original. But I need to go through the stuff and get my stories off it. But things like that, like if it's on that blog, don't need to be there forever for the whole world to see. I repented. I told them what I did, and that I do not wish to do it again. Well, I think so. What about people that have no empathy about what they do? Then I would guess that they would be punished in some way, which sometimes I wonder if everything I'm going through is punishment for things I've done. Depends on what you believe in that way. Because my life has been difficult from the beginning. Am I suffering this life because of something I've done in the past? And what I've done in this life, will that carry on into another life? Because obviously what I did was not right. So, I mean, I have empathy, I have sympathy, I have, a lot of things I feel because of what happened. But I don't know if it's enough to keep me from repeating another lifetime of God knows what. I'd like to think they eventually learn. Jenna says, I took a class years ago, and part of it was dealing with past karma and how you have to kind of hand it off. Past karma. I mean, that's for things we did in the past. And like I said, my father believes that everything is a lesson. And if you don't learn the lesson in your lifetime, you go on to continue until you pass that lesson, till you learn that lesson. And you can't go on to heaven until you've passed all your lessons, which makes me worried that some of the things I did, although not legally wrong, but morally wrong, still wrong. Shouldn't have done it. I sure hope not. I'm doomed. Well, that's it. I've done some things I'm not very happy about, but a lot of things, all under one category. It makes me worried that, perhaps I'm doomed to repeat more horrendous life, because this life has been terrible. From the beginning to now, it's been absolutely awful. Not getting any better. And I'd hate to think that all of this was in Now I can't think of the word again. All this happened, but it wasn't worth anything. Like, it didn't do anything. Like, do I still have to pay off my bad karma, so to speak? You know? I don't remember the details about what mine was, but there was something to it. Oh, I remember very well what I did. Believe me. I remember very well. And part of it was due to the mental health. And I really had not a lot of control over what happened. So it couldn't totally be blamed on me. I can't help it that my brain is all screwed up. And these things happen as part of the bipolar. But, you know, explaining them away because I have a mental issue, I don't know if that counts. Do they give you some slack? Or do I have to pay for everything I've done? Clearly, I'm not religious. I'm not either. I went through a period where I totally was not, like 40-some years. And then I said, oh, I'm religious. And I started getting really crazy about it. And I thought, what are you doing? You're getting a little overzealous. I'm like, you don't think I really am that religious. Like, I went through a period, though, where I was really, really religious. And I don't know. I always say that my next life will rock. I don't know what my next life is going to be, because part of me worries that I have to pay for what I've done in this life. Part of me says that what happened to me in this life is because what I did in my last life. Like, what did I do in my last life to make this one so horrendous? I meant my past karma. But what I've done in this life, I am well aware of that stuff. I don't know what I've done in my past karma either. But I know I've done stuff in this life. And I know it was wrong. Did I know it was wrong when I was doing it? Yes. But I did it anyhow. So, there's that. That came out wrong. So yeah, if you know what you did is wrong and you do it anyhow, that's definitely wrong. If I didn't know it was wrong and I did it, then it's not quite as bad. But what I did, I knew was wrong. And the fact that someone else was doing the same thing to me does not make it right. I still did something wrong. A lot of something's wrong. And most of it is because of my bipolar. I had no control. I don't know what you know about bipolar in its entirety, but one of the problems with mania is hypersexuality. So hypersexuality caused me a lot of issues. And I did a lot of things I shouldn't have. You weren't yourself when you did those things. No, I wasn't. I was not myself. Continuing to do it afterwards was a choice I made. So that was wrong. Because I made a choice to continue. And I knew, by that point, I knew what was going on. I learned what hypersexuality meant and what it did to me. But I chose to continue doing certain things. So that was wrong. I don't know how much of a sin. Well, it's one of the 10 commandments that I broke, so Depending on how religious you are, I broke one of the 10 Commandments. Maybe more than one. I don't know exactly what the 10 are, but I know I did it. And originally, no, I did not know I wasn't myself. And I should have stopped. But I did not. And part of me would say, you shouldn't be doing this, and I would feel guilty. But did I stop? No, I did not. Yeah, I agree with you there. I'm not religious, but I'd like to be a good person overall. I would think that I would like that, and I would like to think that I follow the golden rule most of the time. But there have been a few times when no, I haven't. When I've broken it. But I really believe in it. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, like I said, I'm not totally religious either, so part of me is like, what did I do? Part of me is like, it's not your fault. I mean, I can't help that I have this mental illness that causes me to do things I shouldn't. I don't know. I'm not going to do it again. No matter what, I'm not going to do it again. I learned a lesson. I hope that's enough that I learned the lesson. That's the problem when we see others going through it, like on here. It's hard to watch, and we want to prevent it, but we can't. No, we can't. Unfortunately. And I hate to be put in a position like I was with both Klacha and Lizzie of having, Klacha left in a huff and so did Lizzie, so I really didn't have to do anything after that, but I had to say something first, and I really hated that I was put in that position. So I had to be the one who say something that caused them to storm off. And I feel sorry for these people that they're now streaming under, because how long before they pull this same crap on them? And you can't, unless I felt so bad the other night when I saw both Klacha and Lizzie were in the same one. And I wanted to tell the girl, don't get involved with these two. But I couldn't do that without causing a problem, obviously. And I'm like, and she's like, oh, it's so cute. Lizzie's doing family reading night. I'm like, she's not cute. Believe me, she's a cougar. She's a problem. She's going to cause you problems. And I couldn't do any of that. I could not say anything. I could not say one word. Because all that would do is bring down a load of crap on my head. Jenna says, but from their point of view, they don't want to take advice much like us at certain parts of our lives. Part of it is they don't want to take advice. Part of it is they have mental issues. And I think some some of Lizzie's problem is she goes off her medicines when she starts that stuff. Some of it is she wants attention, and I think she likes to and she started that night with, oh, it's nice to be home and at a stream I can be, kind of, I forget the exact words, kind of let my hair down and I can be who I want, and they don't, they don't say anything to me. And I'm like, I can't believe you just started off like that. If you had not started like that, I would not have said a word. If she had just said, oh, I wrote 100 and some words and I was only scheduled to, write 94,000. And I would have said, that's great, Lizzie, wonderful job. But no, she starts off with that crap. And then I knew where it was going from there, because once she starts that, how the other streams don't understand her. I knew where it was going. I mean, there was just where it's going. We've been through it so many times with her. And now I'm running into Katja and her everywhere I go. Jenna says they're in the vicious circle when they're here. Yeah. Well, I started getting complaints, personal complaints, and I had to take them seriously because they're right. And I can't let that go on. One, I'm losing people that I want in my stream because of two crazy teenagers. No, I can't let that happen. And I wanted to tell Lizzie privately, but she has like 15, 20 different Instagram things. I know they're her. The picture, the name, the things she says, they're her. She just keeps changing names, and she's got a website, and she's using her real name. I said, don't do that. It's not safe. And she's doing it, and I know it's her. Same picture, same words, same thing she says to us in her thing. So, yeah. It's out of control. It's definitely a bad thing about YouTube. You run into people all over the place. Yeah, so now it's like keep running into them, and it's like, gotta keep my mouth shut. I can't warn this person, because maybe they won't. Maybe they'll move on. Maybe they'll have a meltdown. I went into one where Katja was, and all of a sudden you see message, edit, taken off, or whatever it is that they put there, So they must have edited everything out of there, but the name stays there. So I know who wrote it. I said, I bet you they had a meltdown in that one, and they, quick edited out all the messages. So, but now I see the two of them together. It's like, oh God, they're both in here. Like, it's bad enough to run into one, but they've got both of them. So far, the little bit, because I don't usually stay long when I see that, because I don't want to be there if they go off the deep end again, because I've had it so much on my channel. I don't want to be in somebody else's. I mean, I've seen her bring tears to Laura's eyes with her nonsense. And I just, and heaven forbid they both go off at the same time. I mean, Lizzie comes off as a really sweet teenager until she goes off the deep end. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to cut this short. Teen wants to talk. Messages me on Instagram. Message you on Instagram if you need to talk. Yeah, I should do some things and probably try to go to bed myself. Definitely have to go talk to your daughter. So, yeah, you should sleep too. All right. Well, I won't be around. I don't know what's happening Tuesday. I don't have one scheduled. I might do a pop-up at the last moment. Depends on what this person, I don't know exactly what this person wants from me. So I left it blank until I find out from them what's going on. Yeah, it is almost 2:30. I don't have to get up tomorrow, though, so that's one good thing. Thank you, Jan. You too. Talk to you later. Good night.